here, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySIF, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySIF, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe. Works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanja One 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Asia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms.
Announcing the arrival of Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Dr. Awang Adik Husin, Chairman Securities Commission Malaysia. Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi. Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Dr. Awang Adik Husin, Pengerusi Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Azhar Hanim Ahmad, Timbalan Ketua Setiausaha Kementerian Pertanian dan Keterjaminan Makanan. Yang mulia Datuk Tengku Ahmad Badli Shah Raja Husin, Presiden dan Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Agrobank, Div-Div Kehormat, Tuan-Tuan dan Puan-Puan. Bagi pihak SC, saya mengalu-alukan kehadiran para hadirin ke persidangan SCxSC GROW Fintech. Tahun ini merupakan tahun ke-10 penganjuran SCxSC, iaitu Synergistic Collaboration by the SC, yang berfungsi sebagai sebuah platform perbincangan dan penerokaan arah aliran baharu digital dalam pasaran modal. Indeed, it is a special year for SCxSC as we launch a new initiative and focus area called GROW for the agriculture sector under the SCxSC banner. This initiative aims to enhance awareness on prospects and opportunities of alternative financing. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning event is made possible with the support from our partners, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security Malaysia, Agrobank, and Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, AgTech. We would also warmly welcome our fellow exhibitors ranging from AgTech, urban farmers to fintech and traditional financiers. It is now my pleasure to invite the SC's Chairman, Datuk Seri Dr. Awang Adik Hussein, to deliver the opening remarks. Chairman, dipersilakan.
Yang berbahagia Datuk Azhar Hanim, Timbalan Ketua Setiausaha Kementerian Pertanian dan Keterjaminan Makanan, Dev, kehormat tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Bagi pihak Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia, saya ingin mengalu-alukan kedatangan Timbalan Ketua Setiausaha dan semua tetamu serta peserta ke persidangan Fintech SCxSC yang ke-10. Acara ini telah diadakan secara maya selama 2 tahun berturut-turut dan ini adalah kali pertama SC dapat mengadakan persidangan secara bersemuka sejak pandemik. Fintech SCxSC menghimpunkan pakar dan inovator terkemuka dari dalam dan luar negara untuk membincangkan trend dan perkembangan terkini dalam pelbagai bidang yang sedang berkembang pesat. Malah boleh dikatakan ia adalah acara yang sentiasa dinanti-nantikan oleh industri teknologi keuangan. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, salah satu agenda penting yang perlu diberikan perhatian pada masa kini adalah pertumbuhan dan transformasi sektor pertanian tempatan. Sektor ini memainkan peranan yang penting dengan selama ini menyumbang kepada pendapatan negara, perolehan ekspor serta mewujudkan peluang pekerjaan. Sektor pertanian melibatkan kira-kira 10% daripada tenaga kerja negara dan menyumbang 6% kepada ekspor keseluruhan Malaysia. Kebanyakan yang terlibat dalam sektor pertanian merupakan penduduk di luar bandar, di mana kedudukan sosioekonomi mereka agak keterbelakang. Justru pemodenan dan transformasi sektor pertanian semestinya menjadi agenda penting pembangunan negara. Justru kita menaruh bimbang walaupun sektor ini telah berkembang ke tahap tanaman ladang skala besar, komersial dan berorientasikan ekspor, sumbangannya kepada keluaran dalam negara kasar KDNK Malaysia telah berkurang. Pada dekad 70-an, sektor ini menyumbang sekitar 29% daripada KDNK negara. Pada tahun 2022, sumbangan sektor pertanian hanya 6.6%. Ini disebabkan oleh transformasi ekonomi negara yang lebih menjurus kepada aktiviti yang berasaskan perindustrian dan perkhidmatan. Dalam Indeks Keselamatan Makanan Global GFSI 2022, kedudukan Malaysia telah menurun. Ini menunjukkan jaminan makanan negara berada pada tahap sederhana sahaja. Jadi kita perlu berusaha untuk mengukuhkan lagi kedudukan negara dalam GFSI dan juga memastikan sistem makanan kekal berdaya tahan dalam apa jua keadaan. Ini adalah penting kerana sektor pertanian adalah pembekal utama sumber makanan kepada penduduk di negara ini. Para hadirin sekalian, keterjaminan makanan atau food security adalah penting bagi memastikan kelangsungan hidup dan kemakmuran masyarakat. Meskipun pengeluaran makanan negara menunjukkan peningkatan, ianya masih tidak cukup untuk mencapai paras self-sufficiency dalam bekalan makanan. Tambahan pula, pelbagai faktor sampingan juga memberi impak secara langsung atau tidak langsung kepada rantaian bekalan makanan kita. Perubahan iklim, climate change, merupakan salah satu faktor yang boleh menyebabkan hasil pertanian menurun. Contohnya, hasil tanaman beras akan terancam dan menurun jika kekurangan hujan. Konflik geopolitik dan krisis keuangan global juga boleh mengganggu rantaian global untuk makanan, baja dan lain-lain. Semua faktor-faktor ini juga menyumbang kepada kenaikan harga barang dan inflasi dalam masa kebelakangan ini. Selain itu, penduduk di Asia dijangka akan meningkat kepada 5 bilion orang ramainya menjelang tahun 2050. Pertumbuhan penduduk yang ramai ini dan peningkatan permintaan sudah tentu akan menekan sistem pengeluaran makanan yang sedia ada. Ladies and gentlemen, the race to net zero will also reshape the agriculture sector. It has been informed that rice, for example, accounts for 10% of global emissions of methane. Cattle and livestock contribute 40% of global emissions of methane. Therefore, agri-businesses must evolve to not only remain productive, but minimize their carbon footprint. Thus, the agriculture sector will need to be innovative and adopt new technologies to increase productivity, reduce wastage, as well as ensure efficient and sustainable food production. These include embracing big data and cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence, IA, robots, drones, and smart sensors. Imagine automated machines that can plant, harvest, and spray with precision. As land becomes more scarce, the potential for vertical and urban farming will also grow. Future agri-businesses will also have to be highly sustainable. Imagine scaling up organic farming or the adoption of chemical-free biological pesticide control methods. There is also potential in climate-resilient crops, drought-tolerant, disease-resistant varieties that produce consistent yields, even in adverse weather conditions. This is not far from what we are already seeing today. I was told that AgTech has already improved productivity of grade A chilies from 25% to 90%. Ladies and gentlemen, access to finance is key to a brighter future for agriculture. This is especially for smallholders and agri-techpreneurs who want to modernize agriculture and strengthen R&D. We believe that the capital market can be a powerful enabler and accelerator to help our country achieve its food security agenda. Alternative financing avenues such as equity crowdfunding, ECF, and peer-to-peer financing, P2P, are set to play a key role. Since introduction, both markets have supported over 7,000 micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs, helping them raise more than 4.4 billion ringgit. In agriculture, more than 600 agri-related MSMEs across the entire value chain, upstream, midstream, and downstream, have raised close to 300 million ringgit. An effective channel to encourage fundraising for agropreneurs would be the Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, MySIF. As you are probably aware, the government set up MySIF in 2019 to co-invest with private investors in MSMEs and social enterprises through ECF and P2P platforms. In fact, Malaysia was the first country in this region to adopt a co-investment model specifically for alternative finance platforms. MySIF was instrumental in providing MSMEs with financing during the COVID-19 pandemic. It has stepped in and lowered its investment ratio to 1 to 2 to enable more funds to be channeled to MSMEs. Consequently, the total amount raised in ECF and P2P platforms grew by more than 300% between 2019 and 2021. In 2022, MySIF introduced a special allocation ratio of 1 to 2 for the agriculture sector. We have seen transactions for this initiative. In 2022, 4 times as many agri-business raised funds through ECF and P2P platforms. 4 times more. These include agri-businesses involved in end-to-end livestock value chain. For example, Hellas Technology Farm, a tech-based indoor sea fish farm, and Agropreneur Farms, a tech platform to link smallholders farmers with end buyers. In addition to the initiative mentioned, we have introduced GROW, which is a new collaborative program under the SCxSC umbrella. It is our hope that this will be a platform for alternative financing to enhance growth in strategic and underserved sectors. GROW forms part of our efforts to make SCxSC more nimble and targeted. It aims to facilitate action-based discussions to enhance policy effectiveness and better steer fintech development targets. This year, GROW will prioritize agriculture. We hope to build awareness on alternative financing for the agriculture sector, firstly. Secondly, enhance financing access for agri-based MSMEs. And thirdly, encourage investments in agropreneurs. We have lined up many exciting programs for the event today. This is the result of continued support from the government, industry players, and other relevant stakeholders. Thus, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, Kementerian Pertanian dan Keterjaminan Makanan, terutamanya timbalan KSU kita yang datang dari jauh, Putrajaya. Dan rakan lama saya, dulu di MOF lama dia. Jadi saya dah kenal lama, tengok muka je dah cam balik. Jadi dia kena tolong banyak SC sekarang. Sebab kita kawan lama. Kementerian Pertanian dan Keterjaminan Makanan, Agrobank. Agrobank ni pun sahabat saya. Saya bimbang dia lambat sampai sebab TKSU dah ada. Alhamdulillah dia sampai juga. Industry collaborators, Agrobank and AgTech, industry collaborators, exhibitors, speakers, and members of the media for their invaluable contributions and support. Akhirnya, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian, komitmen dan kerjasama daripada semua pihak adalah penting untuk memastikan sektor pertanian terus kekal berdaya saing dan berkembang. Ini adalah kerana ia berhubung rapat dengan usaha menjamin bekalan makanan yang mencukupi untuk rakyat Malaysia. Saya berharap persidangan hari ini menjadi platform yang bermakna untuk berkongsi pendapat bagi mencorak masa depan sektor pertanian yang lebih cemerlang. Semoga usaha daripada semua pihak pada hari ini membuahkan hasil demi kepentingan bersama. Sekian, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Chairman. Majlis meminta agar Chairman terus kekal di atas pentas bagi Majlis Pelancaran SCxSC. Di sini saya juga ingin menjemput Dato' Azhar Hanim Ahmad, Yang Mulia Datuk Tengku Ahmad Badli Shah Raja Hussein dan Mr. Navin Sinatambi, Head Digital Agriculture and Drone Technology Ecosystem AgTech, dan Dr. Wong Hui Ching, Pengarah Eksekutif SC Strategi Digital dan Inovasi, untuk turut serta di atas pentas bersama-sama pengurusi SC bagi melancarkan program pada pagi ini. On the count of 3, we request Chairman to water the plant to symbolically launch SCxSC GROW Fintech Conference. So Chairman, if you're ready, on the count of 3, Chairman, 3, 2, 1. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the launch of SCxSC GROW Fintech, with the team fostering innovative financing for agriculture, symbolizing the transformation of the agriculture ecosystem for the future. I request Chairman and our distinguished guests to remain on stage for photo opportunity, please. With that, we thank Chairman and our distinguished guests. Terima kasih, Chairman. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. That was the launch of the SCxSC conference for this morning. Let us get the conference on the road. Our first session today is by Yang Berbahagia Dato' Azhar Hanim Ahmad, Deputy Secretary General, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Dato' Azhar will take us through the current state of food security in the country, policy direction to address challenges in the agro-food sector, and the importance of attracting more agriculture financing and innovation, including Malaysia's ambition to modernize the agriculture sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dato' Azhar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih pengerusi majlis. Yang Bahagia Datuk Seri Dr. Awang Adik Hussein, Executive Chairman, Securities Commission. Yang Mulia Datuk Tengku Ahmad Badli Shah Raja Hussein, President of Agrobank. Semua rakan-rakan yang saya kenali, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Malaysia Madani and a very good morning. It is both a great honor and a profound joy to stand before you today on this momentous occasion of the GROW Fintech Conference with the theme Fostering Innovative Finance in Agriculture. I humbly extend my sincere gratitude to the Securities Commission for hosting this event and also to the main sponsors Agrobank and the Malaysian Digital Economy Corporation, AgTech. As an outline, the presentation will be divided into 4 parts, which are first, the introduction on food security, secondly, intervention measures, thirdly, agriculture financing, and finally, the way forward. In addressing the issue of food security, it is imperative that we first understand the dimensions of food security, which is measured by the Global Food Security Index, or also known as GFSI. It is a tool developed by the Economist Impact to measure and analyze the state of food security across countries and regions around the world, tracking its progress over time. The GFSI provides a comprehensive assessment of factors that contribute to food security. On these dimensions, first, affordability, secondly, availability, thirdly, quality and safety, as well as sustainability and adaptation to environmental and economic shocks. These indicators include access to food, availability and quality of food, infrastructure and resources for food production and distribution, government policies and investments, nutritional standards and food safety, as well as social and economic factors affecting food security. Currently, in the GFSI index, Malaysia is at number 41 from 113 countries with a score of 69.9, which categorizes our performance as moderate. In the Asia-Pacific region, we are number 8 among 48 countries, and among the 11 Southeast Asian countries, Malaysia is at second place in terms of food security. Mostly issues that receive attention of nations are availability and affordability. However, looking at the 4 dimensions of GFSI, the responsibility to achieve food security therefore does not fall under this ministry only, but also cuts across many other ministries, players, and even the public. The current performance by the GFSI index has revealed that in general, the food security trends has declined due to structural issues in the food system, making us more liable to shocks. This is evident when we experience global food crises due to the COVID-19 pandemic, conflict or geopolitical tension, climate change, and cost hike for production. We are also witnessing food is getting less affordable and food security gap is widening between the top performing countries and those at the bottom in the GFSI. To mitigate this, innovation is essential to build resilience against further challenges. At the local front, I would like to also highlight about the State of Self-Sufficiency Ratio, or SSR, for Malaysia, as published by the Department of Statistics Malaysia, or DOSM, in 2022. In terms of SSR, while in general the perception there is a need to achieve 100% self-sufficiency, this is not necessarily the case. It is because we understand that some food commodities are not suitable to be produced locally due to our climate, and it is more economical to import. Nonetheless, having said that, it is imperative to find the right balance between producing locally or importing food commodities in order to fulfill the needs of the people. There are issues and challenges in the agri-food sector which have directly or indirectly contributed towards the country's performance in Food Security Index. Globally, we are facing the issue of scarcity of natural resources such as water and land, agricultural productivity and innovation that focuses on solution to the arising issues, demographic changes, and shifting dietary trends such as moving towards protein-based diet, food loss and waste in the supply chain, and climate change. Lack of enabling factors such as unconducive business environment, low involvement of youth, and limited financial assistance for food producers have also contributed towards our current performance. There are 2 key documents developed by the Ministry on the issue of food security. Firstly, the National Agri-Food Policy 2021 to 2030 that was launched in 2021, which addresses the challenges that we currently face by focusing on developing a technology-oriented, competitive and innovative agri-food sector, prioritizing on the well-being of food producers and inclusivity, ultimately affecting a paradigm shift towards a sustainable food system adapting to climate change. The second key document is the National Food Security Policy Action Plan 2021-2025, which also emphasizes on the use of technology and smart farming in order to increase food production. These policies are complemented by the Malaysian Digital Economy Blueprint and National 4IR Technology Policy, which ultimately supports the Sustainable Development Goals. Since technology is one of the most important components for total factor productivity for the agriculture sector, we will focus on the first thrust of the National Agri-Food Policy 2.0, which is embracing modernization and smart farming, which centralizes on use of smart farming technology and digital agriculture. Through this thrust, focus is given on intensifying research and development and commercialization and innovation, or R&D and C&I, through the creation of a thriving and innovative culture in the entire agri-food sector value chain, from the upstream, midstream, and also downstream level. The use cases of technology in the value chain are as displayed on these slides. To facilitate technology adoption by the industry, we have developed a smart farming technologies directory called Direct Tani in the Ministry's website, which enlists technology solutions based on 4IR technologies with pilot projects in Malaysia, supported by ministries and government agencies as well as private initiatives. Moving forward, we also welcome additional listings for smart farming projects in Malaysia. However, funds remain as one of the barriers to the adoption of smart farming technologies, as cited by a poll conducted by My Digital Corporation on the agriculture sector. This is also due to most of the farmers in Malaysia are small-scale farmers who form the backbone of the agro-food industry, who face significant challenges in accessing financing due to the unpredictability of their businesses and their vulnerability to market dynamics. Additionally, new entrants to the market often lack the necessary experience or financial records to support their requests for loans or other facilities. In this regard, the 12 Malaysian Plan included financial support packages through AgroBank, which are Dana Pembiayaan Agromakanan worth of 550 million ringgit, Agro-Food Value Chain Modernization Program with an additional 60 million ringgit, and the Vessel Modernization and Mechanization Program for 150 million ringgit. Additionally, this year, the Department of Agriculture has offered a matching grant of 2 million ringgit for the development of the vegetable industry, specifically for the adoption of advanced mechanization, automation, and smart farming technologies. Additionally, MDEC has also launched e-Ladang with a budget of 10 million ringgit this year for the deployment of digital agriculture technologies across 264 sites in Malaysia under the Farmers Organisation Authority, cooperatives and organizations, which is also a momentous step in the right direction towards empowering the agriculture sector with the infusion of digitalization agenda. We are already witnessing the emergence of new tech-savvy industry players in the agro-food sector, thanks to the advent of technology that enables smart farming. These players are using cutting-edge techniques from the field of Controlled Environment Agriculture, or CEA, to cultivate high-value or premium products in shipping containers and on shop lots. Although they may not own actual farms or operate on acres of land, they are equally capable of establishing themselves as food producers in our value chain. They virtually eliminate the risk of diseases, pests, and weather uncertainties, and their emergence underscores the potential of 4IR technologies in the agro-food industry. To further support this development, Budget 2023 has also announced the improvement of the current support incentive for approved food production project under Income Tax Act 1967, with the additional scope of controlled environment agriculture until 2025. This incentive has also been extended to include Accelerated Capital Allowance, ACA, for the purchase of technologies. These timely and laudable initiatives signify the government's unwavering commitment towards empowering the agro-food industry and food security for the nation. However, the continued reliance on government support may be unsustainable and never enough, and in the long run, as government funds are limited. Therefore, there is a need to raise awareness on the availability for sources of funds other than government grants and financial assistance for the public sector, such as alternative funding. This includes equity financing, peer-to-peer financing and venture capital, which is still at infancy stage, especially in the agro-food sector. I believe this matter will be discussed at length in the conference today. The transformation agenda of the agro-food sector requires the full support of the entire ecosystem, especially in terms of offering a comprehensive financing solution for the agro-food sector. Therefore, it is imperative for us to work collaboratively to ensure that all stakeholders can make impactful contributions. As we continue to witness the emergence of new tech-savvy players in the agri-food sector, it is evident that investing in the industry can be a wise long-term strategy. As the global population grows, the demand for food will undoubtedly increase, and the agri-food industry will play an even more critical role in providing sustenance for people around the world. Way forward, focus would be given on continuous innovation towards increasing sustainable practices in agriculture to reduce vulnerability to climate change, forming an effective collaboration with the private sector, such as the Smart Sawah Berskala Besar initiative for the padi industry, increasing technology adoption by promoting modern agriculture methods and smart farming technologies such as digital agriculture, and the introduction of new technologies along the entire agri-food value chain to increase productivity, increasing R&D and innovation in terms of technology adoption, development of novel food products such as plant-based meat substitute that can supply human-needed nutrients, and also high-value crops, and increasing waste to wealth and circular economy. Looking at today's encouraging attendance and participation from policymakers, investors, financial service providers, and the industry players of the agri-food sector, I am sure that this platform can be used as means to discuss and explore ways to provide support to food producers and those in the value chain. By investing in innovative technologies, potential investors can contribute towards the growth of the agro-food industry, diversifying their portfolios and ensuring that food remains accessible to everyone. Before I end my presentation, let me express my profound gratitude to the esteemed organizer and participants of this conference. I am sure that this gathering will yield invaluable insights and recommendations on harnessing the full potential technologies, be it agri-technology or financial technologies, towards a modernized agri-food sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Dato' Azhar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the important segment of our conference. Well, that is our morning break. As you may have seen, the exhibition booth located at the atrium of lower ground floor, LG1, and we welcome you to visit and engage the exhibitors throughout the day. We also have food vendors that is available for purchase located at the cafeteria and loading bay. These food vendors have come from all over Malaysia, bringing unique agri-specialty for you throughout the day. Well, please be back in the hall by 10:15 a.m. where our next panel session is on de-risking finance to transform agriculture production. Thank you, and we'll see you back shortly.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanja One 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope everyone had a good break. Our next session is an interesting one. Now, as you may be aware, agribusinesses are highly exposed to external factors such as climate patterns, production yield, and market prices, which add to the financing risk of these businesses. Our panelists will delve into this risk from a financer's perspective and explore the role of alternative financing, data and technology, as well as de-risking instrument, including insurance, in enabling agriculture finance. The session will be moderated by Ms. Brenda Chia, Senior Manager from PwC Malaysia, and panelists include Encik Muhammad Taufik Muhammad Zakaria, Chief Strategy Officer, Agrobank, Mr. Kidej, Executive Director, Thai General Insurance Association, Ms. Melissa Ong, Group Chief Officer, Impact Circle, and Encik Muhammad Rashid Rabu, Director, Malaysian Agriculture Research and Development Institute, MARDI. Over to you, Brenda.
Thank you. Well, very good morning, everyone. I hope you've had your coffee or your tea to help you power through the first panel session of today, De-risking Finance to Transform Agriculture Production. 70%. According to the World Economic Forum, by year 2050, the global population would need 70% more food than is consumed today. And this is partly why the agriculture sector remains crucial to meet humans' basic needs. But again, we see some people shying away from financing or investing in the sector because, it's still highly exposed to uncertainties like shifting climate patterns. So in this context, today's topic of discussion is timely and relevant for all of us here to understand why is agriculture considered a high-risk investment sector, and more importantly, what are the different ways we can explore, to enable financing in the agriculture to support the industry's needs? And today's panel is a very diverse one. We have a banker, an insurer, venture capitalist, and also a researcher. So stay tuned for interesting insights. Now, I'm Brenda Chia, a senior manager at PwC Malaysia. I was previously a senior economist at Bank Negara Malaysia as well. So this topic of financing is pretty close to my heart. I'm pleased to be your moderator for this morning. My goal today is to pose burning questions to our esteemed panelists here with me on stage and have you take away some interesting insights. Now, I would need your help here though. So there will be questions that you can pose on Slido. So keep the questions coming and we'll take them at the end, towards the end of this session. Is that okay with everyone? Yes? You had your coffee, yes? Okay, great. Wonderful. So, in the hot seats today are our esteemed panelists. To my left, we have Encik Muhammad Taufik Muhammad Zakaria. He has held various positions at Agrobank and is currently the Chief Strategy Officer, where he advises the management and board on the bank's strategic direction and plans and oversees project implementation to drive strategic outcomes, among others. He was also a senior supervisor at Bank Negara Malaysia, so actually my alumni here, prior to this, and a chartered Islamic finance professional and a chartered accountant. One fun fact about him, he's actually a self-taught farmer, and he has a 6 acres land where he actually does his farming. Okay. And further to the left, we have Mr. Kidej. I understand he flew all the way from Thailand just for this session to be here with you, so, do keep close eye on what he's going to say today. With more than 40 years of experience in the insurance industry, he is currently the executive director of the Thailand General Insurance Association. It is a non-profit trade association with 50 non-life insurers as its members to promote insurance business as a national pillar for a sustainable economy and social development. He's also an active board member in various boards and committees in Thailand, including that under the Prime Minister office. One fun fact about him, actually, he is also a farmer. So he has his own plantation, and during the weekends, he actually goes to his farms to plant things like guavas, mangoes, lemons, and etc. I just saw pictures of it this morning. They were huge. Great farmer. Okay. Next up, we have Ms. Melissa Ong, the only lady in the panelist. With over 25 years of APAC regional experience, Melissa is currently the Group Chief Officer of Impact Circle an independent agri-food tech ecosystem builder and multiplier, where they aim to connect investment and power collaborations within the Southeast Asia food ecosystem and supply chain. She's also the Thought for Food Regional CEO of Southeast Asia. A fun fact about her, she's currently mentoring 30 agri-food tech startups in the region, and she's really passionate about food systems transformation. So really, I think, interesting insights from the venture capitalist point of view this morning. Okay, and last but certainly not least, we have Encik Muhammad Rashid Rabu. He's the Director of Social Economy, Market Intelligence and Agribusiness Center of MARDI, with over 30 years of experience. So he's been involved in various research disciplines in agriculture economy and policy study on agriculture production and modernization strategy. So he's worked on various national blueprints, like National Grain Corn Industry Blueprint, National Blueprint of Coconut Industry. Interestingly, he's also working on a project now with the United Nations Environment Program and also the EU Partnership Instrument related to agriculture and food. A fun fact about him, he is deeply passionate about snorkeling and wonders of the marine world, and he really likes snorkeling at Pulau Perhentian. Any marine lovers in the audience here today? Divers, snorkelers, I see one, only one. Okay. All right. So yes, that's our group of panelists today. So please give them a warm round of applause to welcome our panelists. Okay, so let's jump right in. Now, I think before we go into, trying to see how do we enable finance in agriculture, we first need to understand what exactly is the current situation. So briefly, I think, could we get the panel to share what's the agriculture sector and also finance landscape now in Malaysia? Yeah, perhaps we can get Encik Rashid to start off.
Very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Terima kasih Brenda for introducing me. So I have only one or two friends that enjoying snorkeling. But it's okay for me. I will try to pull them together later. Talking about the topic today is very interesting for me because people are looking at agriculture, of course, in terms of risks. But until today, from we started born, everybody will get use of food to grow. So in terms of contribution or landscape of agriculture in Malaysia, of course, that has been mentioned just now in this morning speech by chairman of Security Commissions, that the industry itself last time they contribute 27% in 1970 for the GDP, but keep decreasing until today. It's only left around 6 to 7%. Why? Because of other industry or under other area of GDP, such as services, are getting bigger and bigger. Now, as we noted that the contribution from the services industry is more than 500 billion. They contribute almost 52% of the GDP of the Malaysia. But agriculture is still there. We have contribute 98 billion ringgit Malaysia at 2021. From started in 1970 is only around 20 billion, but now come to more than 98 billion. But we have to understand that in Malaysia they have two types of agriculture sector. One is plantation. The other one is agri-food industry. What we most are talking about today is about the agri-food industry, because the plantation industry most probably is a big company involved and dominant in this industry. But for agri-food industry, for example, farmers, for paddy farmers, is very, I think the acreage around 1.3 hectare, most of the farmers, based on the average, as we noted. So of course that they're having a problem to engage the capital item compared to the plantation industry. This is what happened for the agri-food industry. It's not a risk, but we today must look forward that it's a good that all the, I think the financial institution came here to look what happened, what they can help us. Because I'm in this industry for 30 years as a researcher, we know that how deep important is the finance to come to develop the industry. Right now, we know that both to agriculture sector, plantation, and agro-food industry. For the agro-food industry, they contribute also a lot, around 3.8%, but involve a lot of farmers. For the paddy farmers, 150,000. But if these farmers don't want to engage in this paddy industry, what happened to us today? Of course, that I believe that we need to import rice from Thailand. Now, our SSL, we're talking about industry. Of course, SIL is important. Rice is around 64%. We still import from Thailand and Vietnam. We need to remember last time when there's a, I think, food crisis in 2008, and the Thailand, they have a flood. And then Malaysia looking forward where we want to have the rice for our people. They need to go to Vietnam to engage with them. But if Vietnam don't want to export to us, what happened? So of course we are having a problem to get our staple food. This is important. Although that the industry, paddy industry is very important in terms of contribution of the staple food, but they are still poor. Average income is around 3,500 per season. But the problem is government have to spend a lot of money. Our survey in Madi look at in terms of application of technology. They're still very difficult to engage in this technology of advanced technology. That is about the paddy. Also in the other industry, we are still importing a lot of fruits and vegetable. But our SSL level is better. Certain, like this morning, as been presented by Deputy Secretary General of Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, from 56 commodity that been collect the information, 24 we are self-sufficient level more than 100. So, and the other 26 we still SSL level maybe less. So this is some situation that I can share, Brenda, that to alert us that the importance of agriculture, the landscape of agriculture in Malaysia, we have to be together. With this, I think today seminar, we can share and maybe find the best way. Thank you.
Thank you, Encik Rashid. So you know, we talk about how agriculture is important, right, for self-sustenance. You know, there are also income uncertainties that farmers are facing, and you know, we may to some extent rely on imports going forward. So this is where financing plays a really important role. So maybe, Encik Taufik, you can share a little bit about, you know, the financing landscape, right, which is so important for the agriculture industry.
Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning. Thank you, Brenda, for the question on agriculture finance. Interesting facts. For the last 15 or 10 years, probably, we get to see agriculture sector is a watch list economic sector for any banks, for any commercial banks, right? For the simple reason that agriculture is inherently higher risk. Therefore, risk taking in this business is quite challenging for banks. But I'm happy to share that today we get to see a different lens. How people see agriculture, bankers especially see agriculture differently, and the fact that today we are here to discuss about alternative financing, an alternative to banks, credit facilities. So we are discussing on this already today. So it is entirely positive for the sector. And today we get to see that banks' appetite into agriculture sector has been very positive. Agrobank being Agrobank, the name is Agro. We are one of the long established financial institution in the country. Established in 1969, we have been doing agriculture credit, and today we are happy to share with you we got competitors. We have commercial banks who are now interested to go into food production lending portfolios. We got also clients that now able to be bankable in commercial banks. So that shows the access to capital is definitely there, and with the hope that all this alternative financing get to a certain level of maturity in 1 to 2 years time, I foresee that agriculture finance landscape going to be a lot different moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Encik Taufik. So, we talk about financing, right? And looks like there are some positive signs, right, in the industry. One thing that's preventing, or so far preventing people from financing or investing is really the risks. So we're going to talk a little bit about, a little bit of risk here. So we think that agriculture, or we generally deem it as a risky investment sector. So maybe just a very brief one-liner. Is this a perception or a reality? Maybe Melissa, in your opinion.
Hi. I think I want to say it is actually mixed, like what Taufik has said, that it's really a high-risk sector. However, there's a lot of perceptions that may have painted agriculture in a different way. A lot of time we think that, for example, typically paddy field, nobody thinks that it will have any technology injected into the cultivation or on the harvesting part. So right now, technology comes into play, and also we are looking into how we're going to monitor using sensing technologies and etc. So it's sort of like, yes, there's a lot of perception things that agriculture is sunset industry, long return. That's all true. But I want to really change the mindset is that, with the injection of the latest technology and everything, it will change the entire landscape of it.
Thank you, Melissa. So we'll delve a little bit about on data and technology, right? We hear all about ChatGPT, AI, drones lately. So we'll talk a little bit about that. So we'll keep that for later. So I think just to understand, what are some of the risks that are unique to the agriculture sector, right? I think here is where we have Mr. Kidesh, where he's from the insurer side. Share a little bit about Thailand's experience.
Thank you, Brenda, and Sawadee krap, everyone. Can you show my slides? Of course, you have the research institute, you have the banker, venture capital. See, you can't run your business without insurance protection, So the thing is that, this is the research done by Swiss Re on the global trend of the cat loss, which continue to rise or grow at 5 to 7% annually. See, it means that every year you will face more and more cat losses globally. You see a lot of flood, climate changes everywhere now. In Europe, just a few weeks ago, in Greece, they have a big flood, right? My next slide will be the what we call the global cat protection gaps. This is done by Swiss Re. On an annual basis, there is a gap of $151 billion US. So the trend of the uninsured risk is still very, very far from the insurance protection. See, the insured loss is only about less than 30%, and you have a gap of almost 70%. And then if you look into the figures in Asia, we are below 10% insured loss. So it's been that in every losses of 100%, the people are protected with only less than 10%, particularly in Asia. So this is a thing that the Thai government has initiated, the crop insurance scheme for paddy field and the maize scheme. This is a timeline of the losses. Though Thailand are not located in the what we call cat loss area, we are well protected, more or less, but we still have a drought and, typhoon, a threat of the flooding. And this is the government spending over the last 20 years. You see that in 2011, we have a mega flood, which impact 60% of the land area, including the paddy field. And the top one will be the losses that the government has to spend about 4.4 billion ringgit on the funding to the farmers. Okay. And this is the timeline of the insured loss impacted to our insurance industry. In 2004, of course, with the tsunami, it happened in Indonesia, its impact also in Thailand, with more than 20 billion baht of losses, followed by political unrest. This is a man-made losses, 40 billion. And then you have mega floods of more than 420 billion baht of sum insured losses. And the crop losses in 2019 was almost 5 billion baht. And last year with the COVID, because we insured the COVID loss, and the company has to pay about 170 billion baht of losses with premium of less than 10 billion baht. So that's a huge losses, and made 4 companies went bankrupt last year.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kidesh. So, sharing from Thailand's perspective, this sort of risk is actually applicable to all of us, right? We are pretty close to, we're literally down south of Thailand. So he talked about, the risk that's facing the industry and also the impact that it can have on the industry. I think one question that is probably in everybody's mind is also about sustainable development, right? That's what we talk about. It's at the forefront of discussions within the business community and the government. So what are some of the critical ESG-related risks that's facing the sector? Perhaps Melissa can share a little bit about that.
Yeah, just now I mentioned about, agriculture is a high-risk sector, and obviously it's due to long waiting time. There are three main risks that for agriculture. One is long waiting time, and also because of the low return of revenue, the uncertain return of the revenue. Because sometimes you plant something, you don't know whether that plant will come out well or not. That is uncertain revenue. Second is the commodity price volatility. I mean, the reason agricultural input issues with the fertilizer, with animal feeds, because of Ukraine war, the whole entire thing is because of all this commodity price volatility. And another risk, really interesting one, is sustainability risk, where I think SDG is pretty much, on the forefront of it. 3 things is, one is greenhouse gases, and all of you should have by now know what is greenhouse gases. In agriculture, there are actually about 30% global greenhouse gases contributed by agriculture. And methane, a lot of people think that methane is actually only come from animal, but also come from paddy rice cultivation. So another one is N2O, is nitrous oxide, is actually from fertilizer and manure. So these are very risky and contributed to a lot to the greenhouse gas emission. And 65%, of our land across the world is actually contaminated by agrochemicals. So it's a huge issue, again, the risk that forefront bringing into the sustainability agenda. So chemical pollution, environmental impact, and the last one is the social community impact. So agriculture as well, bringing a lot of into the smallholder farmers' social incomes and etc. So SDGs, ESG, everything is playing in the very, very important, and especially on the risk assessment part for agriculture.
Thank you very much. So with all this risk facing us, how we use chemicals and how it would really result in emission of GHG. So touching on the point of risk assessment, this is probably something that all industry players might want to know. How exactly do, from a bank's, insurers, or a venture capitalist perspective, how are risks actually evaluated, for both new, fresh agripreneurs and also existing market players? So maybe Encik Taufik can share from the bank's perspective,
Right.
What are the risk criteria?
Thank you. So how do we assess the risk? So there are 2 parts of the risk that we normally, the significant ones. Number one, ability for you to repay, which is the credit risk. And secondly is the performance risk. So regard to credit risk, not the standard evaluation that we do, secrecy TOS, directors, creditworthiness, companies' financial strength, those things are being assessed similar like how other commercial banks do it. But of course, underwriting policies are different from bank to bank. Agrobank being a development financial institution, we have a lot of facilitation policies that enable those who probably are not bankable in commercial banks can be bankable in Agrobank. For instance, like those who we got also farmers who are bankrupts, But if they come to our branch and apply financing as a standalone farmer, they probably will not be getting the financing simply because of the regulation does not permit. But if they come under the umbrella of a program, so for instance, like if they are a paddy farmer, they come under Bernas financing program, the credit risk is ring-fenced through Bernas. So we can actually finance that kind of farmer under a program. On performance risk, we normally will evaluate. So we have internally in the bank, being established in 1969, we have lots of data. And we have, so from this data, we establish parameters to evaluate cash flows, to evaluate your forecast. We look at your projections, whether we can tell whether it's optimistic, unrealistic, or is underestimation of certain risks. We'll be able to do that. So that will imply how good you are as an entrepreneur to evaluate your own risks and to understand the business well. I think to the earlier question whether it's a perception or myth, the perception or reality, I think I agree that it's both. Perception only for those who know the subject, but reality for those who ignore or doesn't want to know the subject. So if you really know agriculture, then for me myself, I have 6 acres of farm in Kuala Kangsar. What I wanted to do is actually I want to know the business. So when I try it, I can tell whether it's risky or not. So when I know the subject, it's actually a perception. So to banks, we know the subject. The question is whether you are, right? So you have to come to us and show to us that you know the subject well. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is to some extent some differentiated credit risk assessment based on the different types of players. What about from the venture capitalist perspective, right? High risk, high return market. Melissa?
This is something that I'm passionate about, and I want to change perceptions of investors around here. So, and I mentioned to you that just now, agriculture, yes, is a standard industry, long, investment period, and etc. But if you're looking into the sustainability agenda, the whole entire thing changed completely. And I believe that a lot of companies now, have ESG in place in governing all the activities in terms of their business transactions and etc. So for agriculture, I was saying that for the VC perspective, for investors, not only for the VC, but investors' perspective, a lot of people will focus on financial viability, whether this company will make money or not. I think this is typically the answers that people will go after. But for agri-food tech, I would say agri-food tech that you are investing, I will encourage you to look into not only the financial viability, but also the leadership itself. The management team, the leadership is very important if you are investing into MSME and also startups. Leadership, this is something that a lot of startups in the first, second years, they will drop out if they do not have strong leadership. So if you will invest into all this company and having a very weak leaders without tenacity or resilience, navigating this agile kind of sector, then this company will not make it through. And also, you're looking into social environmental impact. Agriculture, again, is food related, right? So you need to, every single company that produces food, it must have social impact because it's feeding to the individual human being like you and me. If these are all social agenda behind it. So what do you need? You demand for a clean, safe, and nutritious food. You demand for healthy food. Am I right? So these particular companies, obviously, when we evaluate, we want to know about the social, environmental impact that this company can bring on, and whether the company has NPV, a real good products that can actually bring in revenue and relevant to the consumers, like you and me. That you able to buy it, you will consume it. So these are basically few areas that when you talk about social environmental impact, you talk about the product segment, and also like just now I mentioned to you, the earlier one is to talk about the leadership itself is very important.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. So if you're a budding entrepreneur who wants to get funding, or if you're interested in investing in the sector, do look beyond financial viability, right? That's what Melissa's saying. Look at also leadership competency and the outcome-based or impact that the company is bringing to the table. Now, I think now that we understand a little bit about risks and how it's being evaluated, now we want to know, how do we manage them so that, the appetite for financing is actually higher? How can we increase it? So I think maybe Mr. Kidesh, you can share a little bit from Thailand's experience in the insurance industry. How do they play a role? In Malaysia, it's currently still rather nascent, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Can you show up my slide, please? This is the flagship of the Thai's crop insurance top-up scheme initiated by the Thai government in collaboration with the private sector. It's a PPP project, you see. The project has been initiated by the Ministry of Finance, the Department of Agriculture, the DDPM, the Department of Disaster Prevention and Mitigation, and of course with our regulator, which is the OIC. Here is Bank Negara. And of course we collaborate with the bank, the Agro Bank. This is the BAC, is the Agro Bank in Thailand, see. And of course TGIA is the interim as a facilitator and pool manager for the program for a backup, with a backup from my members' companies. So this is the scheme that has been structured out of the government. The tier one, you see the government subsidy on disaster, under the disaster relief fund, and then on the second tier will be on the what we call insurance protection. So we have in insurance protection we have two tiers. Tier one we cover 1,190 baht, and tier two is 240 baht. See, so these are the production costs for the farmers: fertilizer, labor costs, etc. So the risk we cover is flood, drought, of course, dry spell, windstorm, hail, fire. We have a funny one, elephant attacks. Even it's a small area, but also declared a disaster by the Thai government. Of course, we have pests. This is critical one for the farmers. This is a structure of the scheme that the Minister of Finance proposed the budget to the cabinet for the special approval on annual basis. See, and we work closely with the farmers' loan. The key success factor for this scheme is we insured the whole portfolio of the BAC, the bank. So it means that you have a large scale of the farm, not pick and choose farming. So you have good and bad risk spread around the structure. And of course, under the Thai insurance scheme is that we managed to retain 20% locally, and we reinsure out 80% to the professional reinsurer. So it's a local retention of 20%. Okay, and this is the evolution of the rice scheme over the last 10 years. You can see that we have a peak penetration of over 66% of the paddy field in Thailand. Last year we reached about 40% due to the what we call COVID. There are less people insured with us. And in terms of the premium collection over the last 12 years, we have collected 2.4 billion ringgit of premium versus the claim paid of 1.9 billion ringgit. This is quite an amazing one. We still have a surplus on the scheme so far. And of course, we can't really, insure everything. So what we do is to go to the area where it's scattered of the rainfall. The paddy field is a God-fed plantation, you see. If there is a rain there, you got the plants go. So we manage the TGIA groundwater bank system. So we construct the water bank system to make the water available for the farmers throughout the year. Even the drought season, there's no drought. The water's still there. This is since 4 years ago. Even the flood area, the water, what we call the groundwater management will manage to keep the water level below the farm area. So this is the CSG that we are working with the Thai government at the moment. Thank you. So
Okay.
This is the area that we also work with the university to build a research center for the farming, see. So we provide the budget and funding for the USC, which is Agro University. So you can see that we grow a lot of things already, you see. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kidesh. So, contrary to popular belief where, if I were to insure the sector is going to be a total loss, right? If you have proper de-risking tools, right, like what Mr. Kidesh has mentioned, groundwater management, you work on with universities on research, you can actually de-risk the sector and really even have a surplus from the insurance top-up scheme. Now, what about from the bank's perspective in Malaysia? What are some tools that or measures that AgroBank is currently taking?
Right. So I shared earlier about program. So in AgroBank, we don't just do standalone credit. We also structure financing programs. So when those who are not bankable under normal credit line, we will usually put them under a program. And we do matchmaking with commercial players, the bigger corporates. So to make sure that the whatever that you produce in terms of the supply risk is actually lower because there's a supply contract. And the repayment is also ring-fenced because we get the payment directly from the commercial entity who become the aggregator in the value chain. So in AgroBank, we have more than, I think by now we have already more than 75 products and financing programs. On the asset side, on deposit side, we have the normal fixed rate investments as well as the normal CASA, current and savings accounts. On the asset side, for financing, we have the standard guarantee scheme through SGPP and also corporate guarantee, credit guarantee corporation. We also have selected programs crafted for strategic industries that have been identified by KPKM, Kementerian Pertanian dan Keterjaminan Makanan. These are strategic industries where, every year there probably be some allocation of grants, of which it is not fully, the grants are not meant to be used to finance 100% of the project cost, probably 10%, 20% of the project cost, while the rest will be through the normal financing. Even the financing rates, we offer as low as 2.75% for paddy. Micro credits we do at 5.5%, definitely the lowest in the country. I think you cannot find any other agriculture financing as low as this in AgroBank. So these are some of the structural or financing intervention programs that we have to basically encourage farmers to apply and do their farming. For investors, eventually we will be also launching soon. I think for those who followed AgroBank closely, our first ever in the country Takaful scheme for agriculture, similar like how you probably just saw the experience by Thailand. We will be launching our first product for paddy soon. We are now in the process of getting the regulatory approvals, and hopefully by early next year we'll be able to launch the program. Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Encik Taufik. So there is also a lot of different loan programs and guarantee programs to help the sector. Now, we talked about data and technology earlier today, right? Melissa mentioned, so I promise you. So this is where we'll talk a little bit about data and technology. So really, how can data and technology help to de-risk the sector? Maybe Encik Rashid, you can share a little bit, from a researcher's perspective where technology has been useful.
Thank you. Of course, that we need to leverage the technology because, for example, Madi started in 1969. We've started our research on paddy. By that time, paddy industry used the traditional technology. Of course, cattle used for plow the paddy field. Of course, the efficiency, productivity is so different from currently. Now we use mechanization. Of course, that when talking about technology will contribute to efficiency. And then nowadays, they can predict more than that. Sensor system, Last time, the paddy farmers only instinct. By using instinct, when to cultivate and so on. And that is it there, probably the rainfall, a heavy rainfall. This thing all is very risky. The people instinct is less than actual, might be. I don't know, because maybe we don't know what happened by that time. But now we have a satellite image system. They can give you a precise information to predict when to cultivate, when to harvest, and then also you can also censor the alert system about the pest control, disease, and so on. Of course, the technology can make you better efficient, and then this means that you can get a better yield. You can reduce the risk. So, of course, that without this technology nowadays, of course, our paddy industry, maybe we still produce 1.5 ton per hectare. Now we average 4.0 to 4.5, something like that. But the contribution of technology get a better pay, better yield. So, of course, that they can reduce the risk of loss. So, for example, when the flood last time, I think in Bukit Raya or Gunung Raya in Kedah, how much losses? Government to spend more than 50 million to pay back for the farmers. But if we can predict by that time, earlier, maybe you can make a mitigation system. So, of course, the investment there is lost, and after you have to put back another money for the capitalize back all your cultivation process. So, for example, in Madi, we have a few projects which is testing ongoing and has been completed already. For example, for the variable rate fertilization of rice, this project is carried out to develop sensor system to detect nutrient content, to make sure it's efficient in the soil and a specific location faster, cheaper, and does not require high manpower. So we can reduce manpower usage. You can put a more efficient in terms of input usage. So we can reduce the cost. So de-risk the loss and increase the income. Such of that technology is very important nowadays, the sensor system. And another project is about the combine harvester. Last time, we know that in 1970, earlier than that, after independence, how that we harvest our paddy. We need to use at least maybe per hectare, 10 people, 15 people. But nowadays, only 1 people for 1 hectare, maybe using the machinery, the combine harvester, maybe half an hour or 2 hours completed already. So this is where the increase, less use of labor, use the capital, then you can get the better pay, better yield. This sort of thing of technology where they contribute in terms of their risk, the agriculture sector. So we have to go for that to ensure that we can make a better, proper to predict, because as mentioned just now from Thailand, I think more than 10 parameters can affect the agriculture. Flood. After flood, you can see the drought. So all these things, if you got more water, problem to agriculture. Less water, problem to agriculture. But if you have the system, you can predict. You can make sure that because last time we know that now they are predict about El Nino. This year, of course, that La Nina. The name is very nice, La Nina. But it's problem to us. So all these things we need to predict. Make sure that we know that what we need to do for the agriculture, what time we want to cultivate all these things. All this is technology to reduce the risk. And then to ensure that you get a better yield, better pay, on the right time you will cultivate. Of course, that we cannot deny that the technology can reduce the risk and to get a better pay for our farmers and for the investor. Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, Encik Rashid. So yeah, you see some case studies there, right, on how technology can actually really help through your sensor systems, satellite imagery, not only to help with reducing crop loss and increasing yield, but also, to manage labor risk. So what about, from Melissa, your perspective, maybe you can chime in a little bit. From a perhaps startup perspective, right? How do they use data, for example?
I just want to give you maybe few examples of the startup that currently in the Impact Ventures Network that they are part of, a big group of 120 companies. So one of it is Kapitani. If you got a chance, I think Kapitani later in the afternoon, they're going to showcase what they have in the different breakout sessions, I think in the afternoon. Check them out. So Kapitani, again, is one of the good examples. They are using crop monitoring and predictive in terms of their yield production. So this is, again, through the real-time data, through the, all the data that they're collected from the farm itself, and they'll be able to help the farmers to do informed decisions. Another one will be FIFIFO, if you are familiar with contract farming. So FIFIFO, not just mainly on contract farming, but they also provide apps, monitoring tools, precision agriculture, to basically monitor how the entire crop cycles works, and also help them in terms of market access as well. So FIFIFO, again, they're going to showcase some of their, whatever they are doing in the afternoon session. So stay tuned with FIFIFO. Another one is AgriData. AgriData is, the founder is Matthew Kulai from Sabah. I came across him was, through Meranti. And I was really sort of intrigued over what he's doing. And it's very, very interesting. And I would say that very purposeful in whatever he's doing. So he actually created an app to help the smallholder farmers, really those smallholder farmers that in the rural area, helping them to really key in, giving them the financial literacy and help them to key in whatever incomes and expenses. So what he's trying to do is helping them to get all this data into the app and enable them to print out a P&L statement. So why it is needed? Because to take the statement to help them to apply for a loan. Because a lot of these smallholder farmers, they don't actually have proper records. So AgriData actually help in managing that as well. So digital payments and also financial inclusion. So I mean, they are actually really help those rural area. And 1 year they only charge 30 ringgit. So I tell you this, Matthew has done a really great job, and from his team is all very young in the mid-20s. So these are the startup that really commendable of what they are doing.
Thank you, Melissa. So we talk about how data has helped, for smallholders who don't really have track record. So speaking about track record, part of it is because of policy and regulations, right? So I think just a very maybe quick answers from the panelists. In terms of policies and regulations, do you think they are too tight or too loose? Maybe Encik Taufik can share a little bit.
Too tight or too loose depends on what our policy. I got a colleague from Mardi here as well, who does a lot of research, but they also produce policies. There are two types of policies. Number one, in terms of policies for the purpose of regulation as well as enforcement. And the second type of policy for any economic sector, I would imagine, is the facilitation policy, or how do you get the sector to evolve and progress to the next level. There must be some facilitation policies. I think we got lots of good examples of regulatory and enforcement policies, but on the second type of policy, probably we have a lot less. We need more facilitation policies to encourage or make the sector progress. Notwithstanding that, it's not ground zero. I think for the last 20, 30 years, we don't get to see agriculture as exciting or as sexy as it is today. Agriculture has itself transformed to become a different sector. When I look at the vision and mission of KPKM, I think this is the best ever vision and mission statement that a Ministry of Agriculture can ever imagine or ever dream of in the life of the country. So we need more facilitation policies. Of course, when it comes to how we design policies, sometimes we need to be a bit more progressive rather than just focusing on the end game. So how do we arrive at, for example, Zone C2 fishing vessel, there's these 12 standards that need to be complied with by any operator who wanted to get their license and permit from DOF. So that will position, that 12 standards will position any Malaysian flag vessel out there operating on Zone C2 will be as equal standard as the standard of vessels in the EU. So that's the end game, right? But the problem is today that regulation applies for any application of license and permit. So any new entrants who wants to go into C2 will have to prepare such investments to make sure that the right technology, the vessel need to be made of steel, not made of iron, wood. It's not wood-based vessel. It has to be steel, made of steel. So that makes entry-level costs a bit more expensive. So I would imagine if the policy can be a bit more progressive, a transition program, probably 5 years, 8 years before we arrive to the end game, transforming fishing industry to the next level. So that probably an area that the government can look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Encik Taufik. So, any policymakers or regulators on the floor today, I don't know if you're here or not, but, a little key takeaway for you. So I think, I think maybe from Thailand's perspective, very quickly, Mr. Kidesh, how does Thailand's government policy help poor farmers in that area? Very briefly.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we are quite fortunate that we have a strong government commitment on the crop scheme. We already expanded paddy field and maize scheme. We are looking for or exploring more other crops because you know that Thailand, I think 2/3 of the land area are agricultural area. So we need a lot of protection for the underserved population. So it's a matter of strong government political will to commit and engage to the underserved population. See, yesterday we have a meeting with PM, my counterpartner of Trade Association here. You have B40, right? Population. So in Thailand, we have B20. We have 20 million of farmers, who are living in a rural area, growing the food, and for us to consume every year. So it is a matter of commitment and the decision, of the government. You must have strong leaders to lead the game of this insurance scheme, to make it, widespread to the rural people, to the underserved, to the poor people. I would say that. So with that, the government also subsidized part of the premium. So if you ask me, what will be the subsidy of the government? It's 60-40. So with 100 premium, the government subsidized 6%, and the farmer pay about 40%. So it's manageable for the farmers to run the scheme. See? And it's happened not only in Thailand, but in India, in other countries. You need a government subsidy, see? At least until they get richer. See? Then you are asking them like US, farmer, that they have to insure 100% of their farm, right? Without government subsidy. That's my view.
Okay, so government can only play a certain role, right, in terms of grants and subsidies, because it also depends on their fiscal position. So I guess this is where we want to touch a little bit about alternative financing, right? So what can alternative financing do? Perhaps Melissa can share very quickly on this. Yeah, from a venture capitalist point of view, yeah,
okay.
Alternative financing.
At the moment, for agriculture businesses, right, ECF lead number one. A lot of people still go for ECF and P2P. VC are still very shy away because of the high risk. They still deem that it's a high risk sector. But I mentioned to you just now, if we were to inject into social and environmental impact and a viable products, that will actually give the VC a much more stronger stand to invest. So for agri-food tech startup here in Malaysia, if you are in the ideation or pre-seed level, I would, VC will not come near you. Please don't go and waste your time to go for VCs. Please go and look for grant. Malaysia has lots of grants. Cradle has 2 grants, and also a number of ministry also. I think Ministry of our MAFS also has some grants. So if you are early stage startup and also a pre-seed, please go and join all this accelerator program to get yourself groomed up how to really be a good, a good entrepreneur. So when you are going into the seed level, I would say that the moment you reach to the 3rd years onwards in whatever cultivation that you are doing, any crops, the moment you reach up to the 3rd years, that's where you can assess yourself, your company, how can you right now go into a much more better financing. So lots of companies from the 3rd year to the 5th year onwards, they look for ECF a lot. But right now here is that I am trying, and personally, I'm trying to alter the perceptions and mindset of VCs in Malaysia to look into high value crops. So giving you an example of one of the startup is, I think it's exhibiting outside, is Kairos Agriculture. They are the first and the largest vanilla farms in Malaysia. They are situated in Pematang Pulp. They have 15,000 plants of vanilla plants, and also occupying 6 acres of the land. Again, they are state government in Penang are very, very, very progressive, rented this piece of 6 acres. So for this kind of crops, again, every single financings that come into agriculture, you need to assess the crops types. Like for vanilla, you need to understand it takes 3 years to cultivate. Any time within 3 years below, there's no return, there's no revenue at all. So you need to really careful if you're investors. So right now, 3rd year, that's where the flowers blossom. And every piece of flowers is actually equivalent to 15 ringgit vanilla pot cost. So each piece of flower equivalent to 15 ringgit. So these are very high value crops, and it involve in most of our food consumption. So again, here if you are a VCs, you are a P2E, you are alternative financier here, or any impact investors, please look into agricultural financing or funding in a different manner. You need to assess the crops, you need to assess the land, where they're going to get the land, etc. So it's not so easy. So from the 3rd year to the 5th year, usually alternative financing will come into a very good. From the 5th year onwards, where they got a proper statement and also stable traction, that's where VC will usually comes into their midst. So I will encourage the VC, again, please, if you invest into agri-food businesses, please don't give them peanuts, because otherwise you will rear a lot of monkeys around. So please you have to give them 1 million. I would encourage a ticket size of 1 million ringgit and above, because our agriculture business, R&D is expensive, equipment is expensive, cultivation time is expensive, the capex and opex is very heavy. So if you want them to grow and scale properly, minimum ticket size is 1 million. That's what I would encourage.
Okay, thank you, Melissa, for sharing the funding escalator for agri-businesses. I think, what about from banks' perspective? So if you look at your loan portfolio, where do you think the gaps are, and where alternative financing can cover?
Well, obviously, we need to look at, as I mentioned earlier, from credit perspective, we need to see your creditworthiness. So that usually is the major gap of some farmers who just start up. Some of them got good ideas, good business models. I've seen many, but unfortunately, because we are regulated by the central bank, so therefore our policies and also appetite, underwriting policies are all governed and regulated. That being said, while we have internally some facilitation policies as well, unfortunately, there are still, to me, I will call it as missing opportunities where alternative financing can actually play a role. So even in AgroBank, we are actively into this area. We have done our research in alternative financing for agriculture, and soon we will also be getting ourselves involved into this type of business in near future, very near future. Yeah, it's positive. Thank you.
Okay, so it's good to hear that banks are also looking into alternative financing, so it's not going to be just purely loans going forward. Okay, so I think we've understood a little bit about, how do we want to de-risk the sector. So I think just to quickly wrap up the discussion session, we want to talk about the future direction. So what do you think the future of the agricultural landscape will be? How would it change in the next 5 years? Maybe Encik Rashid, a quick one-liner from you.
Of course, I believe that after our survey and my research in Maldives, we found out that nowadays most of the farmers are well educated and I think more savvy to the technology. So of course that we believe that by another 5 years, all this, the new technology can be adopted by the farmers, and of course that we can have the better prospect of future of agriculture using the high technology without any obstacle of the mindset of people. Because we know that last time we know that if the gentleman come to your house and ask, I want to marry your daughter, and then we will ask you, who are you? I am farmers. So by that time, for 50 years ago, maybe how can a farmer, I send you to universities to get a graduate to become a bachelor and so on, you want to become, but future another 5 years, there is no other way. People will come to you, the farmers, there's a better pay, better income, better future. That I believe that the finance from this program maybe can help to capitalize the technology that we have produced. Thank you very much, Brenda.
Thank you. Melissa, one-liner.
The integration of sustainable finance means that including green financing and also impact investing. So if we were to focus on these two areas, on sustainable finance, on these two aspects, impact investing and green finance, we will then encourage a lot of good practices to happen. And with that, what my greater hope is that please don't use pesticide anymore in whatever that you are cultivating, because whatever it is, you are eating with it. So I would encourage you next time when you eat any food that right in front of you, please demand for clean, safe, and nutritious food, and question the food that where it comes from and what is what are those things that come from and where it's being cultivated. Okay. So no pesticide, please.
Okay, no pesticides, everyone. Let's stay healthy, okay, in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. And maybe last but not least, Encik Taufik, one-liner from you.
Okay, if you look at 5 years ago, agriculture GDP, 2/3 are commodities, 1/3 agri-food. But today, 2/3 are food, 1/3 commodities. So food industries is going to be a great thing in the future. If there's only one single word that could describe, the vision of agriculture, is going to be sexier. The amount of public funds that are going to be made available for this sector is a lot. Facilitation policies from the government going to flow in very soon. Banks are giving you access to capital, and now we talk about alternative financing. I think this is a real emerging economic sector for the future. It used to be a social inclusion economic sector for those unemployed to go into, but today we're talking about agriculture as the main economic driver for the country. So I think it's positive all ends. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Great aspirations that we have. So hopefully some of these turn true. So thank you very much to the panelists. So I have some questions from the floor. Perhaps we'll take two. One question on technology, actually. How receptive are the farmers in adopting drone application in overseeing their farms? Because, we don't really see them all the time, people like you and me. But maybe, Encik Rashid, from your research, how receptive are they to technological adoption?
Of course, we have visited a few places and done our study. Actually, most of farmers, the farmers who are able to capitalize on buying the drone, they put a high regards on this. The performance, everything they can use the better in term. For example, they bought the drone 30,000, but they can use and help other farmers to support, and then the other farmers pay for them for the rent for using that. I think the performance is better. Some farmers I heard they can achieve more than 6 metric ton per hectare for the paddy yield, because they use more efficient technology of the drone. So they are more receptive, but the problem only certain farmers cannot buy this drone because it's very expensive. But of course that the crowdfunding, the system that we are engaging today maybe is the choice to help these farmers. They are more receptive, but they don't have capability to buy that drone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And one last question, I think it's about loan applications. So I think, Encik Taufik, someone has a question. How's loan application or loan rejection rates look like? What are the reasons? And perhaps just to share, how is it being managed as well? Yeah.
All right. So in Agrobank, the approval rates is average about 80%. Usually, for those who we think are not bankable, we will not flow them through the processing because we will usually have our advisory team to advise the customers areas that or gaps that they could actually address before they come to the bank. The usual problems that we face is this. People always thought that when it is agriculture is an English word. Tapi bila we talk about bahasa Melayu, bila cakap pasal pertanian, it becomes macam it should be made easy, When we go to Agrobank, everything should be easy. But when you go to commercial bank, CIMB or Maybank, it's okay to be difficult. Why? Because it's not Agrobank. So when you go to Agrobank, you expect everything to be easy. You don't need bank statements. You don't need. But when you buy your own car, you borrow from public bank. When they ask for 6 months bank statements, you don't make noise. You see. So usually it's about awareness. Your preparation when you go to a bank, you must at least meet the minimum requirements that reflects your professionalism and also integrity. Your preparation of business plan is very key. That usually tells a lot of information about how prepared you are to do that business. We have seen a lot. I've seen a lot of comments as well. So therefore, we need to be careful. So those 80% approval rates that we have done are really a reflection of those who are really prepared to get the financing from us. Usually, for commercial banks, those customers that we finance are usually bankable in commercial banks. So that is how robust it is in terms of our underwriting policies in Agrobank. So if you pass Agrobank, you pass everybody else.
Okay, there you have it, your answer to the top question actually from the audience. So yes, I think that's all from us today. Thank you very much from the panelists and also the audience for the questions. I hope you gain informative insights that would help you whether at work or for your own personal interest. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brenda, and distinguished panel members. I would like to request our panel members to remain on stage for an photo opportunity, please. There you go. A round of applause for our panel members. Thank you to our distinguished panel members. While our team are making the necessary arrangement for the next panel session, just to share that I received a question by the audience just now. What does SCxSC stands for? Some may ask whether it stands for SCxSC or SC-by-SC. So the actual pronunciation is actually SC-by-SC. It's an acronym that stands for Synergistic Collaboration by the SC. Well, the term refers to a concept that emphasizes the power, collaboration, and potential for greater success when diverse stakeholders come together to pool their knowledge, skills, and resources. So the acronym stands for SC-by-SC. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was indeed a fruitful discussion just now. Well, it is now time for the final session this morning. For this session, we are honored to have a distinguished panel of experts who will share their insights and experiences regarding the implementation of AgTech and FinTech in the agricultural sector. Our esteemed panelists will provide us with a real-life narrative, shedding light on the practical aspects, valuable lesson, and both the advantages and obstacles encountered during the adoption of AgTech and FinTech solutions. Additionally, they will elaborate on the instrumental role of alternative financing in driving the advancement of AgTech. Well, the session will be moderated by Encik Wan Zarik Wan Zulkifli, Chief Executive Officer of ITIS Malaysia, with panelists Mr. Navin Sinatambi, Head of Department, Malaysia Digital Economic Corporation, Encik Syed Omar Al-Muhzar, Chief Executive Officer, Miss Infira, Encik Hafiz Hassan, Chief Executive Officer, Singularity Aerotech Asia. Without further ado, I would like to invite our fellow panelists on stage, and the floor is yours, Cik Wan.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good day. Selamat sejahtera kepada semua. This session would be moderated by me, but also it's a Dwi Bahasa session. So we'll interchange Malay and English. I have to apologize for the lack of diversity and inclusion in this panel. But because it's an all-male panel, we set our own KPI, said that we need to finish by 12:15. Also because the topic is on food security, so we need to secure lunch for the group here as well. Topik pada pagi ini, I think we'll membincangkan sikit aspek around digital technology and agriculture, right? Let me do a bit of a context sharing, and that is as much as I would share this morning, and a lot of the sharing will be done with my fellow peers, panelists later. Pertanian merupakan ataupun memainkan peranan penting dalam ekonomi negara. Secara legasi, sektor pertanian amat dekat di hati rakyat Malaysia. Teknologi aplikasi seperti ICT, drone, AI, IoT meningkatkan produktiviti dan pemasaran kini rancak digiatkan supaya sektor agri digerakkan secara sistematik dan kondusif. Peluangnya adalah petani yang masih mempraktikkan kaedah bertani secara tradisional mempunyai potensi besar untuk memanfaatkan teknologi baru bagi meningkatkan hasil tanaman dan secara tak langsung pendapatan. Hari ini bersama panel yang berkepakaran dalam penggunaan AgTech dan juga pengaplikasian fintech, we will attempt to unpack this topic around empowering agriculture through technology. Tujuan panel di sini ialah untuk memberi fokus kepada transformasi pertanian melibatkan penggunaan teknologi bagi mengubah landscape agro makanan negara. One of the key barriers to tech adoption is access to fund due to unpredictability of businesses, vulnerability to market dynamics, lack of experience or financial records, seperti mana dinyatakan oleh Datuk TKSU tadi pagi. That's where fintech aims to bridge the gap through alternative financing and innovation. On that note, allow me to briefly introduce myself and then I'll pass to my fellow panelists. So my name is Wan Zarik. I'm currently the Chief Executive Officer of ITIS Malaysia, a recognized market operator to run ECF equity crowdfunding under the Security Commissions of Malaysia as well. Our ambition is to circulate good in the real economy, and a lot of our play here is actually still in the alternative financing, where we adopt digital fintech as well as Islamic principle or rather Islamic finance principle. That is as far as I go. Now I'll pass to Navin to share a bit about his work and a bit about himself before we go on.
So very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Quick show of hands. How many of y'all have not had your coffee? Because I see you all staring at us like, okay, you got a break on time because it's food and security at Securities Commission, right? Okay, so salam Tani Digital, salam Malaysia Madani. My name is Navin. I'm the head of department for digital agriculture technology, AgTech in short, and also drone tech at MDEC. Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation. We are a government agency under the purview of Ministry of Communications and Digital, KKD. The mandate for MDEC is to drive digital transformation across all economic sectors, including the agriculture sector, towards boosting digital economy. I know there's a lot of digital in there, hence why we are here to talk about digital agriculture and fintech. Yeah. So passing on to my colleague.
Salam sejahtera and good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for SC for inviting me to this event and giving the opportunity to reach out to all the attendees today. So my name is Hafiz Hassan. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Singularity AgTech Asia. Our company was founded in 2019, looking at two things. The first one is aerospace engineering, which some of you might find a bit weird. Somebody with aerospace background talking about agriculture here. But I think there'll be some relevant sharing, coming the experience from working in such a high-tech industry and some of the lessons learned that we are bringing to the agriculture industries as well. And obviously the other sector that our company is focusing on is on smart agriculture, where we develop integrated end-to-end solution, looking at IoT sensor development to measure multiple parameters from farming to produce better yields for the farms, and in a way to provide some data for future funding and alternative funding as well. We also provide or develop our own digital farm management system called Urus Tani that helps digitize most of the farm operation and comply with MyGap. And we are currently working towards a business-to-business platform that allows for direct selling from farm to the wholesalers as well. So we've been doing this for over 4 years. Good traction so far. A few hundred users of our application, and our technology has already been approved as part of Direct Tani suite of application under Ministry of Food Security and Agriculture.
Pass over to Umar.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everybody. Of course, firstly, I'd like to say thank you very much to SC for inviting us to be here as well and be sharing a bit about our platform. I'm the CEO of Mesin Kira Sdn Bhd. We are a fintech that enables micro SME specifically, and also small merchants. Plus, we do see a third of our user base are also smallholders and agri farmers as well. So what Mesin Kira does, it encapsulates a few components of the business operation. So we have a small ERP, inventory management software, integrated with the payment, point of sales, bookkeeping, small accounting software integrated together, and analytics. So we feel that this whole suite of services into one app that can run on the farmer's mobile phone, no devices, other devices needed, enables them to do their whole business operations, including sales online and offline. And we also look into the whole circular economy, where we want to integrate the financiers and also the government sector, and how this whole data sharing and also how this value creation can be further pushed forward and enabling this whole financial inclusion agenda.
Well done. So I think this is a very comprehensive panel. We got an ecosystem player, we got the agri-tech player, and also fintech in this space. And I think the topic about empowering agriculture through tech is quite warranted with these speakers. I'll start off with Naveen, right? So Naveen, can you give us a bit of the lay of the land in the agriculture sector? Apakah potensi yang you see currently, and where does Malaysia as a nation that can also tap the technology in the agri space? If you could just share a bit.
Right. So most of the events that you guys attend, people tell you guys things that you already know, right? So I'm going to be very, very casual, very transparent. Now, in terms of agriculture, not only in Malaysia, but globally, it's divided to 3 challenges, right? Number 1, it's a non-sexy sector. So there's 3D. I know we have 4D and 5D coming up, but yeah. So 3D means dirty, difficult, dangerous. If you go back home and tell your son or daughter, son, study hard, grow up, become a farmer, he will look at you and say, Mom, Dad, something's wrong with you, right? It's typical. Why? Because it's a non-sexy sector. Again, it's a perception which was correct, no longer correct. We will tell you why later. Yeah. Number 2, average farmer's age in Malaysia is about 45 years and above, which is okay. But what happens when they age up and when they are no longer around, who's going to continue agriculture sector in Malaysia, right? Because younger generation nowadays wants to go into fast cash, Food Panda, Grab. I'm not saying it's wrong, but no one is focusing on agriculture space, engineering, doctor and all that. Number 3, now perception-wise, when you study, you want to be someone professional. Agriculture has never been a sector because in terms of key economic sector atau economic sector yang penting di Malaysia, dalam kalangan tersebut, dalam kalangan senarai 13 ke 14 sektor utama di Malaysia, sektor pertanian tercorot di antara bahagian terbawah dari aspek adaptasi teknologi digital. Not only in Malaysia, across the globe. Why traditional? Again, we have been hearing the word traditional, manual for many, many years. But now with the blessings of Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, KPKM, Agro Bank and Securities Commission, other key stakeholders, there's a lot of tractions happening. Tadi kalau Encik Dazrik tanya, what's happening in Malaysia? COVID was a challenge to everybody. But COVID woke a lot of us up, specifically agriculture sector. Because masa lockdown, farmers tak dapat nak turun ke ladang untuk mengair ke, membaja ke, menyembur spray perosak ke. Tak boleh sebab lockdown kan. But now with technology, they can farm at their tips. You can be sitting here, your farm can be up not in Lodging Kelantan, but you can monitor it, right? And this is local Malaysian technology companies that you see here and also exhibiting down there who are officially listed under Direct Tani under program Modernisasi Rantaian Nilai Agro Makanan Negara by the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, which is for me an amazing good step because farmers dulu ni nak adapt teknologi ke lah, tak payahlah kita guna peladang dari Bangladesh ke Indonesia ke sebab murah kan. But now cost of technology has dropped so much, showing great results. We have so many success stories all listed for a farmer to say, jangan was-was. What are you waiting for? Jump on the wagon, adapt technology, increase your income, increase productivity. So a lot of traction is happening. A lot of farmers have already adopted technology, but is that enough? Not yet. We are still a little behind, but take it positively. We have started the journey very, very fast with the blessing of KPKM, Agro Bank, all key stakeholders, right? So I will keep that because I was given 3 minutes. So thank you.
That's a great sort of a segue to Hafiz. Right? Hafiz, your interpretation of the 3D tadi, I don't know whether you're 45 above or below, is agri sexy for you? But again, right, contextualizing to that, right, what is, apakah, tindakan yang practical to break all these key challenges, barriers yang Naveen mentioned tadi, if you can give a bit of insight.
Thank you, Wan. So, I'll try to relate this to our own experience. Masa kita mula set up Singularity AgTech back in 2019, we started focusing mainly on our aerospace engineering design work. This is late 2019. And then COVID hit us. So obviously aerospace is one of the sectors that were hit pretty hard. But at that time, we were already looking at software development and IoT design. And by coincidence or by accidents, I don't know, by God's plan, we met with an old friend who has a farm, pineapple farm actually, and he has trouble, 2 things. One, which is workers monitoring, because he lives quite far from the farm, and with the restrictions on COVID and everything, he found it very difficult to manage his farm remotely. The second is the high expenses that he has to incur on the farm, to do the soil treatment, to do the fertilizers and all that, which he found is still on the high side compared to the yields that his peers are getting. So we spoke to him, understand the business needs, and we started with a small pilot project where we developed IoT sensors that allows him to monitor his farm remotely by taking measurements on a daily basis on vital parameters such as the pH level, NPK sensors, humidity and all that, all key parameters for pineapple farms. And within 2 to 3 months, we got it into production, was able to use it, and not just being able to monitor his farm operation remotely, but he was also able to cut down the expenses because now he's able to tailor the use of his fertilizers. Dia boleh kurangkan penggunaan fertilizers because he's now able to see precisely the amount of fertilizers he needs to use on his farms. So that works out great. And we got in touch with the Persatuan Danas. We got in touch with AgTech. And I remember one of the things that our team came back from the meeting with AgTech. And AgTech said that exactly what Navin said. AgTech gave us a challenge. We need to make agriculture sexy again. So I said, okay, being an engineering firm, we never shy away from this kind of challenge. We sat down and set a roadmap where we want to try and scale up this technology across. And we look at the main barriers that the smallholders and farmers, which are our target market at the time, are facing. And these are cost factors, because these smallholders, they can't live with ROI, high ROI period. You know, if you talk to them that you invest 10,000 ringgit or 15,000 ringgit with sophisticated system, they can't wait for 2 years sort of ROI. They want something that can produce immediate yield return or cost saving in terms of the amount of fertilizers or operational expenses. And they also have problems with regards to the tech maturity. Some of the farms that we operate in, they are quite rural, in the rural area. So connectivity is always an issue. So you have to offer them solution that works based on whatever connectivity option that you have, whether it's LoRaWAN or there is SIGFOX, whether it's GSM. You got to be able to respond to this kind of requirements, because setting up infrastructure, putting a telco tower can be quite expensive for these guys. And you got to be able also to break down the technology to bite-sized approach, because sometimes buying just a sensor is not enough for them to justify the yield return. You got to give them a bit more in the OPEX model, for example, subscription basis, that works well with their cash flow requirements as well. The third one is what we found, and this is not unique to agriculture. This is quite common for any industry as well when it comes to digitizing or transformation, is the behavior change mindset, where, you know, grants and funding for governments are good in the short term, but to be able to make sure that impact is permanent and long-lasting, you got to incentivize it through market forces as well, which means that the impact has to be lasting in terms of the yield increase, the cost impact, cost reduction, whether they can market their produce in a faster way, direct to the wholesalers. So this all need to be taken into account, and maybe not in one go, but you got to phase it so they can, you know, take one phase at a time, see the returns, and move to the next phase. So this is from our own experience. Obviously, it will vary from different players as well. And we found that engaging with the farmers directly, very important. So we have almost all the time the team on the ground working with the farmers, whether via training, through small pilots, getting their feedbacks and improving our products all the time.
Yeah, I think that's a great key points there. Right? So aside from the adoption of the technology itself, I think Hafiz mentioned a lot about the behavioral change. I think that is key, right? And then I think a lot of our, I guess, farmers in this case also, you know, need to sort of be open to that changes, and that's when we can adopt technology innovation in the mindset. Before I bridge to Omar, I just wanted to ask the organizers. I mean, it would be good if you can have that Slido up again. I know there are probably some questions there, and I could sort of play back some of those questions towards the later of this engagement. I've got the screen here, but yeah, perfect. So any of the audience have any specific questions to either the ecosystem builder, you know, practitioner or fintech player, please, I would love to have that and ask them as well. It's an opportunity. I'm going to bridge to Omar. I think Hafiz mentioned a lot of things around expenses study, around grants and funding, right? And we know naturally from the upstream to the downstream of AgriTech, where the harvesting to selling and distribution, a lot of funding is required. And I think one of the key issues of adoption is actually with regards to access to funding. Before we go to Mission Kira, I just want to get your views. You know, I think there's a lot of grants, you know, whether it's from MDEC, the DFIs and stuff like that. What is the current challenge, the kekangan at this point of time for a lot of these agri practitioners to get access to this fund, in your view?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Azri. The kekangan, as you mentioned, is actually, there's the situation of chicken and egg in the ecosystem, right? So you have farmers who are legitimately, honestly wanting to do their business, needing the funds in starting up. And of course, you have the government sector as well, wanting to give out grants. There are also the other side of the equation where there are also the less genuine parts who are also, gunning for the same amount of funds. So now is how do you put some sort of prerequisites in place in order to monitor or making sure the grant is a success in terms of yield, output, total sales, and so on and so forth. That is actually the main challenge when it comes to grant. And that also goes further in terms of the normal financial institutions, banks and so on. It's the same thing as well, right? Banks, they also operate within their own framework, and they have also some certain prerequisites that they need to fulfill in order to disperse the loans or financing to the farmers.
I want to bridge that to Ms. Inkira, because I know you and I in the fintech space, so to speak, but I know Ms. Inkira to some extent provide that transparency when you say, there's two sides of the coins of why people go for the grants, right? Maybe can you elaborate that a bit for the benefit of the crowd? What Ms. Inkira does to sort of bridge yang gap yang you mentioned tadi, yang kekangan you mentioned tadi, on this financing or access to funding.
Yeah. So basically, how we see Ms. Inkira would fit nicely in the ecosystem. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, we are this one platform that serves all for the business, right? So that also includes the farmer or the smallholder. So you have all these inventory management tools that you can also look into, key in all your expenses at the same time on your bookkeeping level, and it will be automated as well as you do your sales. So the long tail of that is that now you are visible to the government agencies that are giving out grants, and at the same time also to the bank. So the idea actually is that people, the smallholders that actually go to government, they rightfully receive the grants. Dia pergi bertani, ada output, dia jual, he can show those numbers later on at the end of the year, profit and loss, profitable or just below profit. For that's numbers, right? So grant goes into a certain segment of the bookkeeping. Their expenses all keyed in by themselves. The rest of the asset, depreciation, all that, our platform will do it automatically in the back end. So if you're talking about the financial inclusion gap, it's a real problem out here. It comes to farmers or micro SME, is that there's no way of determining how healthy you are as a business from a government standpoint or from a bank standpoint. So this is where you come about the notion of credit scoring, right? So everybody out here, we all know, we all have our own credit score. But when it comes to farmers and micro SMEs, it's a bit of a gray area or a non-existent area. So how Ms. Inkira would help is that by just farming and doing your data key in through Ms. Inkira, we want to come up with a bit more of a new holistic alternative credit scoring. This in turn will also give a bit more value to the ecosystem where the government agencies can go about in doing a better policy with the real-time data that they get. And also for banks, they can actually serve the market better by giving a more precise, curated banking products that would serve every single farmers individually. It doesn't have to be working capital all the time, right? Could be supply chain financing. Could be an overdraft facility based on musim. Maybe some farmers only do twice a year, menuai, for example. So there's different business needs and different solutions to it.
Very nice. I think the next question, put on hold, maybe the second round is actually things around adaptation tadi. Macam Hafiz cakap, banyak mindset kena change. But we also know things around celik kewangan, financial literacy, financial acumen tu something we need to also address. It's not just about the product, it's not just about the innovation, but that's something I want you to attempt to answer in the second round. But again, folks, if you have any questions, please feel free, burning questions, put it there and I'll read through the questions. I'm going to go to the second round. So kita telah bincang banyak tentang current situasi, right? Whether it's kekangan, masalah dan potensi, right? I want to move this a bit to forward thinking, the future, the potential of agri-tech in the agri-space, right? Navin, in your view, whether it's in Malaysia, in our neighboring countries and stuff like that, where does the potential lies in agri-tech? Where does potential lies dalam adaptasi teknologi agriculture yang kita boleh either replicate ataupun contextualize for our ecosystem?
He asked the tough questions to the wrong person. Okay, so dulu kalau, okay, how many of you all have been to farms? Just saja santai tengok. Great, I see some hands, great. Okay, so if you go to the farm, right, before COVID, let's talk about before, after COVID. Before COVID, you tell farmers, hey, boss, use the technology. They will say, oh, what technology? Where to get? How much? When is my return of payment? Oh, expensive, sure can work or not? Literally, right? But now, the landscape has actually shifted entirely. We call it a paradigm shift. Maksudnya, when you go to a farmer right now, he's asking, okay, boss, this is my problems. You tell me what type of technology is available, right? So dulu dia tanya apa yang ada. Sekarang he's asking more in detail, as in, I want to do this. You tell me exactly these solutions that's available in the market. Dulu we have to find. Now it's already available under Direct Tani. And this is available for anyone to see. Yeah? So on your smartphone, if you go to Google, I'm quite sure all smartphones have Google, right? Ada tak? Kalau tak ada Google, boleh cuba install lah, right? Okay, kalau tak ada Google, now, you go to Google, type in Program Modernisasi Rantaian Nilai Agro Makanan Negara by the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. There's a list of over 50 solutions there, endorsed by various agencies, including MDEC. Yeah? But this is on an ongoing list, right? So far we have done about 15 pilots. Now, for a farmer, they don't want rocket science. You don't go to a farmer and say, a chili farmer and say, hey boss, you use drone lah. Canggih ma, you can fly on top and spray. Look, reality on the ground is a farmer wants a solution to answer three things. Number one, can technology increase my productivity? Number two, can technology increase my income? Number three, can technology reduce my operational costs? If yes, then we talk. If not, it was a pleasure seeing you, right? So that's what they want. Now, for farmers per se, agriculture is divided into three subsectors here. So tanaman, ternakan, and perikanan. For foreign parties who are also watching, it's crops, livestock, and fisheries. There's only three subsectors. Now, for let's say generally, what they want is a fertigation system, an irrigation system, a pest control or detection system, and pond or barn monitoring system. Simple IoT devices based on sensors using some sort of data embedded with artificial intelligence. But you start with IoT first, right? Right now, when you tell a farmer, boss, how much did you produce last month? He will say, hang on. He will open his book and say, oh, last month, 10,000 kilo of chili. But it's very manual. For a ministry to track how much are we producing as a country, it's also tough because they don't have an online platform to track and all that. Hence why digital is important, right? Before COVID, we can count number of success stories. Now, there's so much across the country. If today, after the session, you come and ask me, boss, can you share a little bit of your pilots? I will ask you one question. Which location you want? Because across Malaysia, so many agencies, so many ministries are doing a lot of things for the agriculture sector. Like Dato' TKSU from Ministry of Agriculture pointed. Now, let me ask you a very practical question. There's so much of money government of Malaysia is injecting to the agriculture sector with focus on technology. Have you wondered why? Because we have so much of success stories now. Local Malaysian made. So the theme of the event is grow. We want to grow four things. Number one, we want to grow demand, which is the farmers. Number two, we want to grow local tech companies like these guys here, and also all the exhibitors partners are down there. Number three, we want to grow the agriculture sector as a whole. Why? Right now, we are importing about over 60 billion ringgit of food imports here. If we can produce more, that's going to reduce dependency on imports. If you reduce imports, of course, you spend less. When you spend less, this will boost the digital economy for the country, correct? Of course, that will improve the livelihood of the farmer from potential B40 category to M40 category. Is that a perspective? No, it is already happening now. Local tech, local success stories. Farmers are already seeing great improvement of 20%, productivity, 30% of reduction of income. Through programs that AgTech does, one of the programs is called Digital Agriculture Technology, AgTech. There's various other programs out there. We were also given a budget under the Belanjawan, which is meant to improve the livelihood of the farmers to use technology.
Very well. We got about 20 minutes, and again, our KPI to stop at 12:15. But I'm going to belanja you 2 minutes a bit, and I'm trying to encapsulate all the questions as much as I could attempt to. Specifically for AgTech, Navin, again, right? 2 minutes. Questions specifically verbatim. How many AgTech service providers in the market, if you know, and what is AgTech goal here with regards to AgTech?
Right. The end goal is to get all of the farmers in Malaysia, smallholders, mid-scale or large farmers, to adopt technology in any form. IoT, AI, data, any form of technology, because you are able to increase your productivity, your income towards boosting food productivity for the nation. The fundamental of food security is food productivity, and that's addressed to AgTech. Right now, in terms of number of technology companies, there's a lot. But number of technology companies endorsed by the Ministry of Agriculture with AgTech and other agencies would be about over 50 solutions across the 3 subsectors, tanaman, ternakan, and perikanan. The target is to have more technology companies, more startups, more academias, university students to be trained to be doing final year projects for the agriculture sector, where we tell them, boss, you have done a project, come, let's do a pilot. If it works, scale it. The whole idea is to get every farmer to adapt technology, number one. Number two, for those who have not adapted technology, agriculture sector, you want to look for a part-time job, you want to look for what's next, want a retirement plan, agriculture sector with technology is the way to go. I'm already venturing into it. Why not you?
Percayalah, 2 minutes on the time. You have a lot of pitch practice, I guess, in AgTech. I'm going to bridge to Hafiz, right? Contextualizing to what Navin mentioned, right? But I'm going to broaden that perspective a bit, right? You know, I think Hafiz yourself adalah penggiat AgTech. Dan we know to build a robust agri-industry, more often than not, kolaborasi daripada pelbagai pihak is very critical, right? So in your view, and perhaps your experience also, how can collaboration between AgTech companies, research institutions, FI, DFI, even, you know, fintech, for example, can drive towards this agenda to spur agriculture through the adoptions of all this technology, digitalization and stuff like that? If you could share some of your experience.
Thank you, Wan. So I will try to draw a parallel to, again, where I'm coming from in the aerospace industry, because I think that provides a good benchmark when you talk about the technology development and how they assess new technology adoption as well. So when we first ventured into the agriculture industry, the first thing that struck us is that how disjointed the industry is, if you can even call it industry. Because when we talk about industry, there's a general framework on how you do things. There's general standards on how you do things. In aerospace industry, safety is paramount. So everything that you do in terms of the standards, in terms of the general policies, is drilled down from safety as the primary objective. So that boils down to the precision level of engineering they put in. And the common threads that you normally find for the different players in the aerospace industry is the sharing of data, the sharing of quality policies, and the way that you design things to the same standard. So with that in mind, let's start with the framework. Yeah, and this is maybe not just applicable to aerospace, but also similar high-tech industries. In the development of R&D framework, we have what we call a technology readiness level. This is a standard adopted by the Western countries, and generally there's a TRL level 1 to TRL level 9. reflecting the level of maturity. And the reason they're doing it in such a phase is to assign a level of responsibilities and expectations at the end of each TRL. So I'll give you an example. TRL level 1 to 4 is generally seen as a fundamental research phase. And this is typically taken up by academics. So academics is expected to test the fundamental aspect of the research. So in the context of agriculture industry, maybe you're looking at the fundamental aspect of the livestock, a new technique of doing livestock breeding, for example, that you want universities to be involved in, right? And then you have the next phase, what we call TRL level 5 to 7, which is what we call it in the under specific pilot-based approach, where you'll put it beyond the lab in a controlled condition. And this is typically done by agencies that would have experts from industry coming in to partake in part of the experiment and put it through somewhat a controlled condition as well. So this is generally in the context of agriculture, already been done by the likes of MARDI and associate agencies as well. And then you have TRL 8 to 9, which is to be done by the industry in a larger scale. So this is talking about commercialization, going through the different type of compliances, making sure that you comply to all those requirements. So in agriculture industry, what we are seeing here is the need for the DFI and also the financial institution to be aware of all the risks associated on these different TRL, right? And where the funding is coming to. Because in the case of fundamental research, you can expect only 10% of that can pass through to the next stage, right? And this is typically funded through government grants, and academics needs to take lead in this because this is the area where you want to test the fundamental principle. On TRL 5 and 7, this is typically the realm of, I would say, VCs. They're looking at 1 to 10 or 20% success rate, but the upside is huge in this aspect. You're looking at game changers, sort of like technology, for example, and you have the first bite of the cherry. And the last one is 8 to 9, where you're looking at commercialization. So this is scaling up operation. So this can be a combination of typical commercial funding, or also VC as well, and PE to participate in that. But in doing your risk assessment, you need to see the full study and what kind of gate review that they've done through these stages. Who are the peers that have examined all this process? And the data is important to be validated throughout all this process as well. And the other aspect I would say that is quite unique in agriculture from our own experience is the participation of the communities, the farmers itself throughout this process. You cannot neglect them, their inputs in this aspect, because there's quite a lot of intangible knowledge in there, tacit knowledge that they've been born out of experience through the environment and all that. That needs to be codified and needs to be built in as part of the assessment. So what we do in terms of the AgTech, we try to extract this kind of information through data acquisition system and through trend analysis, through AI as well, and systemize it. So then the risk assessment can be done in a more, I would say, robust way, rather than gut feel, looking at how other people are doing it. And it is useful for us to look at the parallel industries and how successful these other industries have been able to mature the R&D cycle and try to extract what good practices are there to the agriculture industry. Yeah.
Very nice. That's great sharing, Hafiz. I think you took two use case, right? I think one is actually on the, I guess a lot of things that you mentioned is around systemize, right? And I like the way you put the TRL 1 to 9. I think if you transpose it in the VC world, there's always the pre-seed funding, seed funding, VC, PE, commercial, right? I think that's something, a low-hanging fruit that potentially can be done. And you've spoken a lot also about risk assessments and stuff like that. I'm going to bridge to Omar, but before that, belanja 30 saat to Hafiz. Okay? A specific question, and this is just from your point of view, is, mana tadi? I think it's quite interesting. Oh yeah, is based on the current landscape, are jobs in this sector high-paying or still low-paying? 30 seconds.
It has the potential to be high-paying if you look at it from the point of view of pertanian or agropreneur. Yeah.
Correct. And that inclusive of the new technology.
Yes.
And you're talking about
new
not
technology. You can look at it from the service provider point of view as well.
Yeah.
And new business model.
Yeah. So just to extract that also a bit more. So it's not just the farmers per se, but things around analytics, digital adoption, data scientists, and things.
So there's those kind of new job role that we are creating even in our company.
Yeah, I think not many people realize that. I think that's why the conventional thought of farming is not sexy because of the perception, right? And I think this is something that is key to be changed in that sense. Umar, coming back to you, right? I think Hafiz tadi ada sikit mention pasal community, right? And a lot of this community has to do with adaptation, taking up and stuff like that. I'm going to bring some of the question here to you because when I spoke earlier pasal celik kewangan, financial literacy is purely from business acumen standpoint. But some of the questions here are talking about digital adoption, and that has to do with digital literacy, right? And the verbatim to this question is, how do you actually educate people, right, to adopt, should you have a platform, POS and stuff like that? And this has to do with technology and also transposing the financial lens into it. How does Mission Kira do it so far? And has it been successful?
Yeah, that's actually a very relevant question because of the target segment that we are working with when it comes to micro and the agropreneurs, so to say. We actually focus on developing the user interface of the app and of course the user experience of the app to mostly push towards the street term and not book term. That's number one, right? So that's key. So the moment you are interacting with the app, you get into this flow as you're using your social media, for example. So it's not intimidating, first things first. And we try and encapsulate the journey itself of a farmer or a small business. So of course, first things what you do, you buy your raw material, you buy your stock. So kedai runcit, beli stock. Entrepreneurs or agropreneurs, they'll buy seed, fertilizers, or they will get it in kind in terms of grants, right? So that's number one. So then later on, of course, when you do farming, of course, the end goal is to be profitable, to make money, right? To get revenue. Actually, before I go to profit even, is to make revenue lah. So that's number one. And when you go back to the earlier question that you mentioned before about celik kewangan, right? Financial literacy. This is actually the one subject that people overlook or even slightly misunderstood in some cases because people always talk about financial inclusion. So financial inclusion, of course, is very important. How do you close the gap, right? That's always the big phrase. But when we've been going to the ground the last 2.5 years with my team at Mission Kira, we've been everywhere, Sabah, Sarawak, Northern Malaysia, and so on and so forth. The real gap is not financial inclusion, it's actually financial literacy. Yeah, what financial literacy doesn't mean that you have to be very well versed in finance, so to say. It's actually understanding your own business. If you are actually running your business day to day and end of the month, you're doing quite decent amount of sale and somehow you can't pay your electricity bill. Something's wrong, right? The same thing as well with farmers, right? You breaking your back all day in the hot sun, somehow you do your sales, you can't somehow break even. So the key here is actually knowing how much is your margin. So this is where we feel Mission Kira is have solved this in a lot of our success stories. I have a breakout session later that I'll actually show this use case, is actually understanding your real margin. So when you have margin to play around with, then you can actually grow your business further and actually even go to the financial institution to also get financing, right? That's the gap that you're actually trying to close. And where banks want to try and emulate you as a business owner or as a successful farmer and giving you financial aid is by knowing that your business is sustainable in the long run, right? And then when we come back to the whole financial inclusion, financial literacy journey as well, the government as well would like to also understand, if I give out grants a certain amount in a year, I like to understand what's the output that you can correlate back to this amount of grant when it comes to benih or baja. I give this much, let's say $500,000 of benih to this peladang. What's the output? And the government, we want to work with them as well. I've already pitched to them as well once that we can also capture it in terms of kilogram, weightage, how much is the output, what's the top line, what's the sales figure like for that particular grant that's given out, that's in kind to the business, and most importantly, how much margin is there. And just one last part to mention is that Mesin Kira, we also allow the existence of physical selling and online selling with our e-store. So we have also a few success stories where farmers are able to sell from their farm to the pasar. So you'll send, it's called, of course, farm to table or whatever they call it these days, farm to fork. But they are also able to sell on their social media presence if they have an Instagram presence or Facebook presence. So restaurants can just click the link on their Instagram or their Facebook and purchase directly from the farmer. So this also eliminates the issue of not having anything against middlemen are important in the ecosystem, but the rogue middlemen who are actually penalizing the farmers. So this also increase the profitability of farmers that can sell directly to the restaurants or to the bigger wholesaler who are legitimate.
Yeah. Nicely done. I agree with you. So that's why I didn't use the term financial inclusion, because I know it's very conventional, sexy to use it, but the crux of the matter is actually literacy. And obviously the digital adoption also has to do with digital literacy, right? 30 seconds. We got a clock here. Just so you guys know, I'm very efficient with that clock. Bridging a question, and I think this is relevant to you because of your Mission Kira audience. What's the panelists' wish list, or rather in this case, your wish list, Roma, in upskilling the underserved segment? Anything that you want to have seen, to be seen?
Well, of course, we have seen the positive impact that we have actually served in the community of the agropreneurs in terms of making them understand where the gaps would be within their business, right? So, of course, we push the ecosystem, of course, the stakeholders, the farmers, the banks, and the government sector to actually try and drive, not just Mesin Kira, there's many other partners that we have out and down there on the floor. Try and utilize us. Many of us actually even have a free package. Try it out, and most importantly, you will be very surprised how much it can help you in the long run for each stakeholders.
Great. We got about 4 minutes, and I'm going to conclude on this overarching topic because it's quite apparent based on the question here. It's with regards to sustainability, the sustainability agenda. And I'm going to ask 3 of you along the same lines. I'll pack the first one for Naveen, right? Question is, how can AgTech help achieve sustainability agenda and climate resilience? What incentives are needed to encourage green AgTech adoptions, if you have any views?
So the new sexy word in the town is ESG, right? So when you say green tech or green technology, it's moving agriculture traditional to become more organic based, yeah, without damaging much to Mother Earth. So soil condition, solar panels, energy management, whatever not, the list goes on, yeah. So we have seen technology in the space. We are working with several parties to see how can we move up the ladder from AgTech to potentially go into green, ESG, climate control agriculture. So you have controlled environment agriculture. There's a lot of terms, but the point is technology is there, fintech is there, AgTech is there, but now how can we move to green tech or organic-based technology? Because now, in about 15 minutes, we are going to break for food. But bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to continue having that amount of healthy organic food, AgTech is required, organic green tech is required. And now with with unexpected climate changes, climate controls are also required. And tech can play a very, very important role in this.
Nice. Hafiz, I know you have Satu Tani, right? What's your view on this sustainability agenda with technology adoption in agri?
I think at the policy level, it has to be made very clear in terms of the target, as what the through Paris climate agenda and all that. Aerospace has set 2050 as a net zero climate goal for them, the industry. Now, agriculture also have to have that set agenda, and from there on, AgriTech can be mobilized to first measure where we are. and through the use of sensors, through the use of the applications and various data points, then you can formulate a more actionable plan. Because without having a data to work with, you're forever guessing how much carbon dioxide this particular farm is producing, and what kind of mitigation steps that you can take to reduce that. Yeah. So I guess policy level, set a long-term agenda, put a measuring system or ways to quantify where we are, and set an actionable plan out of that. And technology can enable all that.
This is your dynamic guy. So Naveen spoke about the E of the ESG, the environment. Hafiz spoke about the governance through data. Omar, something about social.
Yeah, actually, I like to sum up as well. On the ESG, of course, it's a very, very hot topic, and we at Masinkira, we feel that we are trying very hard to serve every single component of it, right? So on the environment side, of course, we try with the mobile phone, they can just reduce devices. First things first, because card payments, as you know out there, you need a card terminal. So we eradicate the use of card terminal. Your mobile phone can accept card payments. That's number one. Because when you reduce the devices, then you have reduction in device wastage of an environment. Secondly, cashless, paperless. Of course, receipt is produced digitally, so you can send it via the applications, WhatsApp or email. So paperless, no paper receipts anymore. And of course, on the social side, you rightfully mentioned, we are very much driving towards upward mobility of the B40 or micro SME to upgrade them towards an SME, a small, medium enterprise, and from a grant receiver into a real contributor to GDP of the circular economy. And of course, last but not least, the governance side. With the existence of bookkeeping, you are actually making them very much included into the society, giving them better governance into their business and traceability and data.
There you go. Thank you so much, everyone. These are your panelists. I think most of them will be around for lunch, and some of them also have booth later. But once again, thank you for your attention, and I know it's lunchtime now. And yes, sekian, terima kasih, and hope to meet some of you later during lunch. Thank you so much.
Round of applause for our distinguished panel members. Thank you, one and distinguished panel members. I would like to request the panel members to remain on stage for a photo opportunity. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our morning session. I hope everyone had gained from the earlier discussions. Our next session will resume at 2 p.m. and this will be a breakout format where we will have breakout 1 at the main hall, breakout 2 at conference hall 3, both located on this floor, and breakout 3 at the lecture theatre located at LG1. For more information of each breakout session, please refer to our agenda on our website. Well, don't forget, we have 33 exhibitor booths, and we hope you do take some time to check them out at the atrium located at LG1. Our F&B vendors are located at the atrium, and food trucks are located at the loading bay. These food vendors come from all over Malaysia, bringing unique agri-specialty for you throughout the day. Bon appetit. With that, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sekalung budi, terima kasih. We'll see you back after lunch. Thank you.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives. And know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives. And know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives. And know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives. And know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives. And know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations. No heights can be conquered without careful planning. Everything is mutually shared towards self-sustaining, which is why we are never far until dreams and aspirations are fulfilled as we continue to listen, appreciate, and help you make that smooth transition. Paving the way to better living conditions, exposing enlightenment and perfection, where faith and knowledge progress in unison. It is when our efforts become your success, thus conclude to the greatest achievement.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanja One 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises as well as social enterprises. This initiative invests alongside private investors through equity crowdfunding and P2P financing platforms. To find out more about MySafe, visit the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. Sign up now to get the financial help you need.
Our journey in search of potential success stretches across paddy fields, farms, plantations, and towns. Exploring into your hearts and sights. We hear, we observe, works a commitment rich in faith. We witness the mounting of crops and livestock in the masses, as far as the horizon. So we furnish this joyful privilege with continuous care and support to conserve its everlasting value with the coming generation. Every day is a brand new day, taking with rising hopes as life explores the open sea, where only the strong survives, and know they are appreciated, reaching safely to their destinations.
Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, also known as MySafe, was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 to co-invest in micro, small, and medium enterprises.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zain, and I will be your host for today. Welcome to breakout session number 1. As you may know, breakout session number 2 is across, and breakout breakout session number 3 is in the lecture theatre downstairs. First and foremost, I would like to give a very warm welcome to everyone here today who may have traveled from afar just to be here with us today. We thank you for your presence. Now, moving forward with this session. So this session is called the Agribusiness Pitching Session, whereby it provides an opportunity for representatives of each respective agribusiness to present what their business is actually about. So each speaker will be given 10 minutes, followed by a 5-minute Q&A session after each pitch. We will begin the session with Kit Yong, Director of Forte Biotech, followed by Irwan Shahrinaz, CEO and Director of Darul Ehsan City Farm, Chun Jio Seo, Founder of Life Origin, Joshua, Co-Founder of Good Food Technologies, Nelson, Co-Founder and General Manager of Musang Valley Agro, and lastly, Shafiq, Co-Founder of Nangka Sendirian Berhad. Now then, let's begin. Mr. Kit, if you will.
Hello, test. Hi, good afternoon. Hope everyone had a good lunch. I'm Kit from Forte Biotech, and what we do is to help guys who see this often. So, prawn farming is a bit like investing in cryptocurrency. You just put in $50,000 and 3 months later it becomes $120,000. This is very attractive, right? But just like crypto, it can also fit habis just within one night. And this is what you'll see, dead prawns. So this leads to death, destruction, and failure. So here at Forte Biotech, we produce an easy-to-use on-site DNA testing kit that allows farmers to identify if they have diseases or not. Why this is important is because dead prawns are not sellable. If this is the picture from our own lab, if we are able to detect the disease in time and harvest the prawns, we can actually still sell it for a good amount of money. If not, where all your prawns from the Sabao as well as the dim sum come from? Because those are really small prawns. If farmers sell it just like this, they won't make money. However, if you have a disease situation, you sell it, at least you can make your money back. But the problem with it is that in places like Vietnam, in Malaysia, PCR testing is very slow. It takes more than 24 hours for the results to come back. But if your disease kills in just 12 hours, then the PCR result is useless. Right? You can't take any action. And this is a very big problem because 6 out of 10 harvests are currently being hit by diseases. And globally, that's around $4.5 billion every year. Our aim is that farmers, every time they start to grow the prawns, they will be able to harvest it. Whether got disease, no disease, never mind. You still can harvest it, you still can sell it, you still can make your money back, and you still can continue living your life. So we do this through our easy-to-use on-site PCR test kit so that they can test fast and act fast. All you need is very simple equipment, which I'll go through with you all later, so that farmers can actually take ownership over the whole process. They just need to test, then decide what they want to do if they detect a disease. If they detect a disease, they can harvest it, they can add medicine, but at least they know what they need to do. And overall, at the end of the day, they are able to sell it and make their money back. Then life goes on. So our product is simple. Farmers just need to collect a sample and then afterwards pull the DNA out and detect the DNA in it. All without any sort of lab training, any lab equipment, just using our test kit. So this has been developed in collaboration with the National University of Singapore and is a patented product. So farmers don't really need to worry about sending the samples to a lab or anything. Just collect it, do it themselves, and get the results within 1 hour. Aside from that, the way that we have designed this test kit and the equipment is such that it is cheap, so that they can test daily for the same cost as it will cost them to test once every 2 weeks at a PCR lab. As such, with this better data, they are then able to make better decisions and earn up to twice as much every year. So this is our test kit. It's very simple. You just need to buy the device, $400,
And then afterwards, get the reagents, $6 for the disease, $4 for every subsequent disease. So all of this, you just use one sample, you can test for multiple disease. So you are well covered from all the common disease that will cause you to lose your crop. It's a very big industry, the prawn industry. In Vietnam alone, our launch market, we have around 200,000 farmers farming up and down the country, most of which is concentrated in the Mekong Delta region, and they produce around $6.4 billion worth of prawns every year. Southeast Asia, we produce a third of the world's prawns. That is around 13 billion. And globally, it's around 40 billion. But if we are just a diagnostic company, I think our appeal is quite limited. So we think that with the data that we collect, we are able to do so much more. Right? You have many companies out there, like Jala, Tepbak, and Hydroneo in Thailand. They are able to collect things like water parameters. But we are the only one that is able to collect disease information. And then we can build risk models. When we talk about financing, it's impossible to give reasonable financing at good rates without understanding the risk. And this is what we at Forte Biotech are doing. Using the risk models, we can then build curated solutions that gives farmers a solution to their liquidity crunch. Right? By knowing the risk profile of the farmers, we can then work with financiers to provide equitable loans, right? Not the loan shark type loans, but normal loans. Aside from that, we also have harvesters and collectors, which are now complaining they don't have enough dew flow. It is so hard to predict where the next harvest will have to be because the harvesters have to turn up within 6 hours of the phone call from the farmers. By being able to build up a sort of predictive function, we can tell harvesters, okay, maybe today you have to go to this part to collect the prawns. So this way they are better able to plan their workflow. And also for fellow innovators, startups that are looking to enter the Vietnam market, we have the trust of the farmers and we have the understanding of the market. Hence, it's a lot easier for us to bring these innovators together and screen the innovators for sort of good products that can help our current customers. So the company is made up of myself and Michael. We are high school classmates back in Singapore, and we are very lucky to have our good batch of advisors that are teaching us on the technology and the business side of things. So yeah, if you're in Singapore or in Vietnam, please do hit us up. We'll be very happy to sort of take you around our sites in Singapore and Vietnam and to share more about what we know about the industry. Thank you.
All right, give it up for Mr. Kit. Thank you so much. Now let's open the floor to some questions and answers. Anyone has any questions? All right, moving forward, let's invite Mr. Irwan Shahrinaz, CEO and Director of Darul Ihsan City Farm. Give it up for Mr. Irwan.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Irwan. I'm representing Darul Ihsan City Farms Neighborhood. We are an aquaponic company specializing in tilapia. So before anything, allow us to show you a video about our farm, if we may. Yes, okay. This is a TikTok video of our farm. It is an aquaponic farm, 7 acres land. This pond in particular is 10,000 square feet in size. So below you have fish, and up there you have vegetables. And the other one, please. Okay, here you can see how we check vegetables, which is situated on top of the water. It's technically a vertical farming. And next video, please. This is how we harvest the vegetables. Just for your information, we can proudly say that this video and the first one got around 1 million views. So we're quite proud of that. Okay, let's go to the slide. Okay, thank you. Okay, this is our chairman. He's the one that being advising us about doing this aquaponic. He has a vision. Okay, when talking about farming, right, in particular tilapia, the most common problem faced by farmers is inconsistent quality and quantity, as well as no tracking and tracing capabilities. So we are trying to solve that. The way we do that is we've created a system we call CAS ponds, which stands for Commercial Aquaponics System Pond. This pond is a concrete pond supported by IoT system and data analytics with proper standard operating procedure, as well as real-time security system, which includes CCTV and all. Okay, in total in our farm, we have 12 units of pond, but currently only 2 of them is CAS pond. There, we produce tilapia as well as pegaga. The pond size is 50 by 25 by 1.5, and then the capacity is 15 ton per year, as well as for the vegetables, 20 metric tons per year. Technology is a combination, a hybrid of deep water culture, nutrient film technique, as well as vertical aquaponics. And then the management system is pond filtration, water quality, and fish population sensor with IoT. We have a committed buyer. They say after we completed all 12 ponds, they are willing to purchase 100 tons a month from us. This is accreditation that we already achieved. We are registered with Department of Fish, as well as licensing for import and export. And then in the process right now, we are currently trying to get MyGap, MyOrganic, HACCP, as well as Halal. Okay, our produce is tilapia. Why tilapia? It is one of the most consumed farm fish. And then the second most cultured species after carps. It's inexpensive, and currently our supply is not enough. Every time we say we have fish, it is sold out within like a week. So that's why we need to build more ponds. And then pegaga, because we see there's a potential in pegaga, especially in the form of beauty and health. And then pegaga is very suitable for aquaponic. They literally need water. That's it. Tilapia market traction, you can see it is increasing in 1.4 billion from 2017-2022, and then is projected to increase for another 5%. Okay, the competitive advantage between us and traditional farm, or traditional mud ponds we call it, the size for ours is 10,000 square feet as compared to 1 acre. So if we take that 1 acre, we can feed 4 of our ponds inside there. And then the fish population density for our ponds in one pond is 100 to 150,000 as compared to 50 to 70,000. And then time to harvest is faster because we control water and regulate everything. Number of cycles per year can be reduced to 3 instead of, can be increased to 3 instead of 1 to 2 in traditional mud pond. Mortality rate is less than 10%. And then production, we can have 2 produce instead of 1. Ease of handling, we have got IoT, water, fish population sensor, and CCTV. External protection, because we have walls and concrete, so we are protected against elements. And then average manpower per pond is 1. And currently, we have 1 person running 2 ponds actually. And then product diversification potential. Research shows that tilapia collagen can be extracted from its skin, oil, gelatin can be extracted from scales, and tilapia skin can be used for medical for burn treatment. This is our partner that has been helping us from research, expertise, technology, and financing. And then the team is made out of myself, supported by our farm manager, which he have a 15 years experience in managing aquaculture, and then our chairman. The usage of fund, we are looking to raise 4 million ringgit for working capital. And then here, we are launching a crowdfunding fund also with Atta Plus. And if you want, there's an info memo that will be distributed later for you to have a look. And then from that 4 million, we are looking to use 60% on operation, especially for buying the fingerlings, feed, and paying manpower, 20% for sales and marketing, and 20% for KIS. Okay, this is how we approach this. We are looking to raise RCPS. And we are looking to offer RCPS. And then we split into 3 tiers, 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Tier 1 is for individual, mostly a small amount. Minimum investment amount is 1,000 ringgit for 1,000 shares. And then the perks is we guarantee you 8% per annum and then payable yearly. The perk is, should you want to buy fish from us, we give you 10% discount per kilo at recommended retail price of 18 ringgit. And then for tier 2 and tier 3, we are targeting more sophisticated investor. For tier 2, mostly is investor like they don't want to have a fish, they just want investment. So minimum amount is 50,000. And then we offer 10% per annum guaranteed, but payable half yearly. And then discount of 10% per kg, similar to tier 1. But tier 3, this is we target for restaurant owners or any person who wants to have their own fish pond that we run for them. And then that one is similar to tier 2, but the benefit is guaranteed stock, meaning that we will grow your fish until it's ready and then we will sell it for you. Or you can buy it from us at 12 ringgit per kilo maximum. And then at minimum of 1 ton minimum purchase. So why invest with us? Experience matter because our team in Malaysia is comprising of leading agronomists. Sales price is guaranteed at 12 kilogram per tilapia per kg. And then we got export agreements and more. And then distribution network A to Z because we have one shop in Selayang that is catering retail market. Okay, that is all from us.
All right, thank you, Mr. Irwan. Any questions for Mr. Irwan from Darul City Ehsan Farm?
Also,
yes, we have one at the back there. Yep.
Okay. But before that, I would like to know that tomorrow we have a face-to-face session in Ataplas. If you want to join, you can take from that pamphlet as well.
Hi, thanks for the talk. It's very interesting. I was hoping, so in the competitor assessment, I think you referred to traditional mud farms. I was wondering if you're aware of anyone else doing aquaponics farms, doing tilapia as well, and if there was any sort of comparison with their product.
Okay. Okay, about that, we've discovered there are plenty of people doing aquaponic, but not this different concept as us, where we prioritize more on tilapia and other people more prioritize on the vegetables. So if you see vertical farming, mostly like tower method, but there are, for example, we have one case study in Puchong. They do this greenhouse. Their tilapia is mostly 5,000 echo. As compared to ours, is like 150,000 per pond. So we are prioritizing more on fish rather than vegetable. Vegetable is a supplementary. So your question, yes, there are, but not in our way, our technique.
Thanks.
All right. Next question, anyone? I have a question. Given that we are undergoing a current high rate of climate change and global warming, has this directly impacted your business? And if so, how?
Okay, about that, when we talk about climate change, meaning that temperature, isn't it? It affecting the water quality. Okay, we have a small stream river, and then when we get, okay, the way we extract the way we extract the water is that we put it in a tank first before we directly put inside. So whenever, like last month, I remember, the temperature in Slim River was 33, 34. But our water remained at 29, 28. And then the reduction of water is reduced because we will store water inside a tank that is covered by roof. So I think in the future, it might be a problem to us, but we have already planned to build a water tank and a water reservoir so that we don't have to rely on external water and then we can just recycle. Because when talking about aquaponic, it's all about recycling water. So we use the water, discharge it, clean it, store it again, and use it again, if necessary, and then we will top up again. So temperature-wise and global warming may affect, but not too much.
That's great to hear. That's great to hear. Any further questions from the crowd? All right. Thank you, Mr. Irwan.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Mr. Chun Jiu Seo, founder of Life Origin.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm CEO from Life Origin. So, Life Origin is a biotech company that focuses on converting organic waste, turning them into quality insect protein, biofuel, and organic fertilizers using black soldier fly larvae. This is a typical black soldier fly breeding process where we use the waste to feed to the larvae, and we come out 3 products: the insect protein, the oil, and the byproduct, the organic fertilizers. So in Life Origin, we are being very specific to choose the waste to feed to our larvae. This is to ensure that our larvae products come out with optimal nutrients that meets the market demand. So with 4 years of farming experience, we have set up a modular vertical setup indoor breeding process, and also with a special formulation feed to the larvae, which is traceable. We have a result on the defatted larvae protein meal that we produce is 60% high in protein level, and we have a very good quality of larvae oil. So with all the data that we've been collected, we have making sure that our process have able to give us a very good production time, whereby we have a shorter period of production time where we can harvest the larvae within 14 days, which means that in the same area that we are farming the larvae, we can do more production, and we have a higher conversion yield, which means that all the waste that being fed to them are converted into protein and oil. And with the base formulation that we feed to the larvae, we will be starting to incorporate different other food waste from other food producers into our formulation to feed to our larvae. So, and then we already have a upscale readiness with us. So looking the black soldier fly larvae in a global scale, there's no doubt that the larvae is creating huge positive impact to the environment, whereby they use less land, less water, and they produce less greenhouse gas emission compared to all the proteins that we are consuming right now. In fact, they produce almost 10 times of oil if we compare to the palm oil using the same land that we use right now. So in year 2021 and year 2022, we have successfully converted 11 tons of waste, turning them into more than 250 kgs of insect protein, nearly 200 kg of insect oil, and almost 1 ton of organic fertilizers using the space of 500 square feet. So immediately we noticed that there is a problem. Due to the insect oil low application, we found that the insect oil is stacking up in our production. So immediately in 2022, we converted the insect oil, turning them into biodiesel. So why biodiesel, you may ask? Number one, the insect oil is out of our food supply chain, which means that it is not going to be affected by any fluctuation of pricing. Number two, they are renewable and energy positive feedstock to be used as a biodiesel. And thirdly, they are very stable, and also with their purities advantage, it's become a very good source to become a renewable energy. So it widens out the application to be used back in logistic and also electric generations. So our aim is to use back the biodiesel into our process, whereby logistics and also electricity generation is part of our costs that do the insect protein. So never forget the insect protein that we are producing. With the funds that we are going to raise, we will continuously enhance our products and also develop treats and feed products for the pet markets that we are doing right now. So these are some of the products that we have been selling now in Shopee and Lazada, mostly targeting on all the pet industries. We understood the market, the need of the market that we need to achieve for the poultry and aquaculture industry in the future. So our goal is to build a 1,000 ton of larvae production a year. So to do that, we need to start with an automated plant. And with currently all the projects in hand that we have, the koi feed development, which is funded by Credit, the shrimp feed and the pet products that we are doing right now, and also the organic fertilizers, which we are joining together with a Dutch company to formulate a better organic fertilizers for the plants. So this gives us the ability to monetize a product in our short term, and also for the medium term, we were able to monetize for the aquaculture industries. As for the biodiesel, it will be our long-term plan. So our projection revenue is looking basically now focusing on the pet industries, and slowly the ingredients revenue will come in later when we have the factories in production. So looking at the competition, Malaysia is a good place for all the black social fly farmers to do it. We're not just having Malaysia players, we have overseas players in Malaysia. Life Origin is different, whereby we focus on developing our products into a quality products. Other than that, we focus on downstream developments. So we are raising 1 million with the valuation of 8 million. So the funds is basically going to be used for our automation expansion, working capital on hiring, whereby we're going to use the funds to hire sales and marketing people to further expand our pet products that we are doing right now. So currently we are pre-live in pitching. So this is the investment offer. The minimum investment is 4,845, and we have an investment offer of 5% bonus shares for 20 lots and above. So looking at the exit strategies, there's few potential exit strategies: merger and acquisition for local and foreign companies, trade sales, subsidiaries, followed by dividends, management buybacks, and also possible IPO in the future. So our next target is to value the company in 40 million. So how we're going to do that is we will have the capability to have an automated, scalable, and operational factory that can produce 1,000 tons of larvae a year. And also, we have the biodiesel in production and use it back to our production as well. And the most important thing, we will get the company to certify carbon negative, whereby we will be generating carbon credits at that time. So this is our team. Me, myself, who is in the business for more than 4 years. Julius is my partner. He's a master in black soldier fly breeding. And I have another master, Mr. Ming Yuan, who is in environmental biotech. We work closely with a lot of universities on the different projects which I mentioned earlier. And we are being very grateful that we have early investments from WTF and also Global Link Singapore Fund. So the insect is definitely revolutionary. It's going to change the way that we have our protein more sustainability. But looking forward, we also believe, I truly believe that insect is going to play a role on providing sustainable, renewable energy for us in the future as well. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Seo, founder of Life Origin. Any questions for Mr. Seo? So, Mr. Seo, I have a question for you. How would you place Life Origin in comparison to other similar companies such as Veolia, etc.?
Most of the black soldier fly breeders in Malaysia focus on ingredients development. So they are much, once they're done with the ingredients, they have the protein or they have the oil, they will stop there. They will start to sell to all the other ingredient sellers, feed millers or what so. But our position is different because we operate in a more smaller scale. So with the ingredients that we have, we further develop it into products, into downstream products. Because to sell the ingredients that we have now in ingredient pricing is not going to work. It's not going to work for us as a small company. So we go for the pet market or further downstream product developments for now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Seo. Give it up for Mr. Seo from Life Origin. Next, we have Joshua, co-founder of Good Food Technologies.
Hello. Hey everyone, thanks for your time. I'm Joshua NG from GROW Technologies. I'm co-founder of the company. We're a Hong Kong-based food tech company focused on R&D and manufacturing of future foods. And our initial angle is very much focused on plant-based protein and fats, especially in Chinese and Asian cooking applications. So this is a very well-documented situation that we have right here. The thing is, the use of animals to make foods today is really taking a lot of resources in the planet today. So basically what we have right here is basically the resources required for meat production alone. So we're talking about like 23% of global freshwater use. The greenhouse gas emissions from the food supply chain itself is greater than all transportation combined. We're using plenty of arable land globally just for the livestock today. And a lot of the, like more than 10% of the land that we're using today is just for the animals themselves. So with more and more growing population, as well as like increasing consumption of protein, we need to look for more sustainable, affordable ways to produce what we eat today. So being a bit more specific, the global food industry, especially the Asian category, is actually ripe for disruption. Like, are there other ways to produce what we eat today without using animals? So just looking very specifically into the Chinese food market, it's a global $700 billion market. And actually, you might not know, but besides China, like in the US, in the UK, or in Australia, it's a top 3 culinary category. And within this, actually more than 90% of the proteins consumed are either pork, seafood, or chicken, which is very different from the usual Western cuisines where you'd have a reverse order. You have beef first, and then chicken, and then other like red meats. But compared to the more like penetrated markets like the US, plant-based is currently less than 1% of adoption in Asia. And more specifically, actually more than half of the population have never even tried or heard of such proteins. So here in GROW Technologies, we have Plant Seafood, basically our first flagship brand, which is focused on Chinese foods made of these new proteins that we're targeting globally. And our mission here is to feed the world sustainably, inspired by Chinese culinary culture. But where's our innovation here to produce better and more affordable products? So the thing is, with a lot of plant-based products out there right now, there's the challenge of taste and texture. So actually, a lot of the consumers who have tried plant-based meat today, they think it's unsatisfactory from a taste and texture perspective. And actually, like more specifically, there are technical barriers surrounding fat. A lot of the fats used in plant-based products today, there's not really any cooking functionality. They take plant-based oils, they freeze it, and then pulverize it. They don't really enhance the texture of the meat product or with the protein product. There's not a lot of juiciness. There's not really any of the meat flavor and aroma within the fat, and actually it melts in room temperature. And why is this so important? Because actually 80% of what we taste today comes from olfaction, basically the ability to smell. And a lot of this tenderness, juiciness, and aroma of meat comes from fat. So here comes our patented innovation, Aromax. So essentially, it's a patented plant-based fat technology that allows for superior texture, juiciness, and aroma. So here we try to use plant-based ingredients, with our patented formulation and processing to mimic it from 3 aspects. So firstly, obviously, the visual aspect. You got to make sure that the meat, the fat itself looks like animal fat. But secondly, on a texture profile aspect, we're gonna make sure whether the initial bite or the resistance that comes with the bite coming after, it needs to mimic animal meat more closely. So you can see on the bite force, for example, with a much closer bite than other plant-based meat products out there in the market. And third, and most importantly, when it's in the most commonly used cooking applications in Asian cuisines, we're able to mimic its juiciness and texture. And in our case, we further optimize it for water-based cooking applications, because in Asian cuisines, actually more than 50% of how we cook our products are water related, like steaming, boiling, and simmering. So building on this fat technology, we also developed a range of pork products. So looking at other players and also existing animal products, we're a soy-based product. So we have a high PDCASS score, using less ingredients, and also a more mild flavoring profile, allowing chefs and also other restaurants to season the meat however they like it. And obviously, most importantly, we're actually one of the few players with a supply chain and a formulation and processing technology that allows us to be on par or cheaper than animal alternatives. So we were founded in 2020, starting in Hong Kong, and also in Macau. And the thing is, we are serving mainly food service channels with our meat product, but we also offer a range of ready-to-cook products. So here are some clients that we serve in Hong Kong. So ranging from mass market, quick service restaurant chains like Café de Corral to Fairwood, to Disneyland, IKEA, or like aviation catering like Gate Group. We serve the whole range, basically providing them a good texture, tasty, but affordable plant-based meat alternative. So just some examples and case studies for your inspiration on how we work with different partners. So for example, we'll work with, like a large rice ball, a Japanese rice ball chain to develop a dandan flavored plant-based sauce to fill into their rice balls. And sticking with our Chinese angle, we also, for example, partner with IKEA with a plant-based xiao mai. We also work with 7-Eleven for their entire Asian dim sum range. And in cases where we do a bit more of the brand collaboration element, we also work with Asia top 100 restaurants in Hong Kong, just to show that not only being affordable, we're actually a quality product. And some notable mass market collaborations like Fairwood or Nosh, like QSRs and meal plan companies. And besides just serving a ingredient product, we also work with downstream branded companies to launch ready-to-cook meals. So for example, on the right, you'll see our partnership with Day Cook. So they have our meat in a ready-to-cook pack with like portioned vegetables and carbs. So, families, they can buy these ready-to-cook packs and just make their dinners at home very easily. So very recently, we launched with a mass market Shanghainese chain in Hong Kong under Café de Corral. So in this case, they developed a range of xiaolongbaos, dandan noodles. Obviously, like a bit of innovation on the skin side. They have a crystal jade skin, just to allow them to serve a broader range of consumers with a vegan, unique Chinese angle. So compared to all the other products in the market, the fact that we have a enhanced texture with a fat technology, we also keep our flavoring profile relatively mild. Because a lot of the products out there, they use a lot of flavorings, additives to give a strong base flavor. But the way we source our proteins and the way that we have fat will allow our chefs to have more creativity with their flavoring approach. Yeah, so these are some examples of expos that we've attended very recently. On the consumer and also some feedback from chefs. So currently, we have expanded beyond Hong Kong and Macau into Southern China. So we have 2 manufacturing bases, one in Hong Kong and one in Dongguan. And here we have the full stack ownership in terms of the supply chain, the production, and also the supply chain, and then as well as the distribution network. So looking, so on the right, you see like the manufacturing capability. We're also certified on multiple levels on the food safety front, whether it's ISO or SCxSC. And we also partner with the leading manufacturers of frozen goods to have a better experience downstream. So obviously, like back to the initial point, why did we start doing this? ESG is a very big angle on why we're doing this. especially on resource efficiency. The thing is, when we look at meat production, one angle to look at it is potentially animal is actually a very legacy approach to how we produce our proteins today. Imagine a pig going from animal baby level to like slaughter ready. It takes 28 weeks to get to a market slaughter ready. And every day that little pig needs to be fed, needs to drink water, it needs space to roam around, and needs to give emissions. And all that effort to produce 150 kilos, as a medium, as a body. And actually, within that 150 kilos, only half of that body is converted into edible, market-ready meat, because you have parts where you cannot eat, like the bones or certain, the rears and all that stuff. But here with plant-based approach and our innovation, we can produce the same amount of meat with more than 10x the efficiencies. So imagine producing 75 kilos of directly consumable meat with using 1 hour, 60 liters of water, and 40 kilos of feed. So we're talking about substantial resource efficiencies and meeting United Nations SDGs. So over the last 2 years, we, with our approach, whether it's the fat innovation to improve texture, our approach to having an ingredient that's more affordable to animal, and our optimization for Chinese foods, we were one of the case studies selected for the Outprotein industry report last year. We conducted a seed round last year, led by Gobi Partners and Liver, and we have a range of support from the government and also industry awards. So our company, I co-founded this company with Andrew, and the thing is, we just have massive passion for Chinese foods and also sustainability. The entire team, we come from F&B groups, so we're actually very much focused on how the food tastes. So not just making a plant-based product. And down the line, right now, we're really focused on trying to become a leading plant-based company from Asia, starting with plant seafood, with our own tech and focusing a lot on the Chinese angle. And the idea here is that we're currently expanding stuff in China. We're trying to create plant-based versions of each classic popular Chinese product, like the xiaolongbao line or Chinese barbecue. And our goal here is to expand globally once we have all these nailed down, whether it's a taste profile, affordability, or just a nutrition profile perspective. So that's us, Good Food Technologies, Plant Seafood. And feel free to hit us up if you have any interest. And thanks for your time.
All right, Mr. Joshua, co-founder of Good Food Technologies. So I have a question. In terms of nutritional value, how different would you say your product is compared to meat products?
Thanks for the question. So the thing is, when we talk about meat products, there are very many different types of meat, whether it's the cut or whether it's the product itself. So I think on a very high level, we can compare it to like very lean minced products to like the more like fatty, lean product that use more like for ground and dumplings. So if we talk, because we have a range of meat products that we mimic. So on the more lean side, we are on par on a protein level. But we have 0 fat, and then we have more dietary fiber, but slightly higher on sodium, but still like on a double-digit mg per 100 gram level. And on the fatty component, if we're looking at our fat technology compared to lard or what would you use in dim sum, we'll have 80% less fat from a 100 gram perspective, and 40% less calories.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the floor? Yes, we will have one at the back there, right at the back.
Hello. I wanted to ask, what's the cost or the selling price of your product compared to meat currently, and projected costs in the future as well?
So currently in Hong Kong and Macau and southern China, we're priced on par with comparable animal products. So for example, we're mainly focused on pork because that's the main most used animal protein. And for example, we're compared to mince because that's the form that we're at. So we're on par. And obviously with the larger key accounts, we're actually slightly cheaper.
So
and down the line with economies of scale, our goal is to always be a more affordable protein option versus the animal option.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the floor? Yes, we have one in front here. Sorry, we'll give you a mic so that everyone can hear. Yep.
Hello. What would be your main active ingredients in your plant-based products? Is it soy-based or?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the thing is with any meat product, whether it's plant-based or animal-based, there are four main pillars, right? So you have the protein aspect, the fat aspect, the carb aspect, and then the more nutrition aspect. So in our case, our main protein is still soy-based, whether it's from a cost perspective, from a digestibility perspective, and also from the ease of like manipulating the texture perspective. But then our innovation, our core innovation is really on the fat aspect. So with our fat, it's mainly konjac-based. So it's like a Japanese / Southeast Asian root plant. And you see it quite common in jellies or the new age noodles with like carbs and zero fat. And then with the carbs and other aspect, we use a bit of like potato and corn-based starches to help improve or enhance our textures.
All right. Hope that answers your question. We have another question at the back there.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay, so I have a question on the ESG. So from this raw material, you said you use soybean, and to the end product that you sending to your suppliers. So do you account in the carbon emission from the plantation to the end of the supply chain where you said you spend less time and less space for the production of the products? So do you account in the space used, the land used, the water used for the soybean and until the end? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Great question. So that's accounted for because the thing is we are taking the same input, right? So at the end of the day, we're taking like plant proteins, which also there's some similarities with the ones that are fed to the animal agriculture to where we're starting. So our starting points are the same. So, but then the animal case, you have that animal being bred for 28 weeks where it needs to eat, drink, and do all that other stuff every day. And in our case, we're directly converting the plant protein into our end product. So that's the core saving that's happening in between. But in the end, it's still a frozen product, and it still needs to be distributed the way you do with the meat, any meat product. So our main comparison is in that middle part, the conversion between the plant protein to the end product.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last question.
Hi, I have a question here. So, although you are using the plant-based for your products, but just now you keep mentioning that your products is actually having the pork umami. So, in this case, does Muslim can actually take your products?
So it can.
Because you just not although your products is in a plant-based, in a protein-based, but I saw there's a description say that your in the taste-wise, it actually tastes more like a pork umami. So in this case, does Muslim can take your products?
That's a great question. So I think that's very specific to which level, I guess, like dietary restrictions you practice as a Muslim, because we also have encountered a full range, similarly for Buddhism. But what I can tell you is all our flavoring has no 5 spice. So if that's something that's core to your dietary restriction, then there's no issue there. So there's no like onion, no garlic, of that nature to provide an umaminess. There are no animal ingredients in our product. So all flavorings use vegetable or plant extracts or yeast extracts in that front. So, and no animals that were harmed in our production process. So these are the facts that are behind our products. But more specifically to whether that particular Muslim practicing person, they can accept it. That'll be really up to them. But these are the facts behind our product.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Joshua. Let's give a round of applause for him. Up next, we have Nelson, co-founder and general manager of Musang Valley Agro. Let's give it up for Mr. Nelson.
Salam sejahtera, rakan-rakan. This is Nelson Neo, the farmer Nelson. So let's have a look of the farm video first.
Home to fruits of caliber. The plantation's coverage of services caters the well-being of its products, ensuring the quality to always be kept intact. With vast acres of lands at its disposal, the workforce is fully equipped to keep a steady flow of the product's distribution. The Musang King durian has been a staple fruit that is synonymous with the plantation's specialty alongside with the soursop durian. The two has been a mainstay ever since. Apart from the fruits, the Albasia tree offers as an alternative for wood material. It is also environmental friendly, making it applicable for almost everything. Musang Valley Plantation continues expanding further one step at a time. With potential in abundance, these lands will thrive with the help of everyone who's involved. Together, this will be the beginning of something special.
All right, once again, I'm actually from Musang Valley, and I think nowadays the Musang King has been a very hot topic for everything. As you can see, the social media, whoever cover a little bit about durian will get a lot of transaction, right, on your social media. So welcome any social influencer over here. You can start to talk about durian right now. And I think this is what they call the secret of how you capture for the media, right? So basically, we are a smart durian plantations, and we are using the smart IoT management. And every time that I mention about smart, and then people may question that how smart it is and why you need to be smart. All right. So as a second generation of farmer, I've seen how difficulty of the people who actually, of the farmer who work very hard inside the farm, and they always, get no hairs and tails. They don't know what's going on when, the things don't go well and the harvest drop. They don't have any significance idea what's going on, and especially when they're trying to explain to the market and why this harvest is not so good, and then what is this the next prediction of harvest, they cannot tell. And many times they came to the sickness of an illness passing around inside the farm. They may facing the challenge, they don't know how to treat with that. So a smart farming actually giving them chances to understand like what do they do right and what they do wrong. All right, so it's an indication that we can using inside the farm. And in plantation, there is not many people having that kind of ability to plug it in. Reason for three. All right, first of all is because of the costing, and secondly is because of the scale. Okay, so give you an example. Musang Valley actually running a very big scale. It's basically a few thousand acres of the land. So if you setting up a one gadget in between the trees, right, it will cost you a lot. And thirdly, we are at the rural jungle, so where there is not even a mobile coverage. So how do we conquer and then fighting with that? Now, who we are? So Musang Valley Agro are actually we are a plantation company where we are fighting with the ESG, and we are actually wanted to comply with that. And by what do I mean about this ESG concept is basically the farmer always gives too little credit of it, because we are the one who plant the tree and then we absorb all the carbon. but again, we get nothing from that. So thank goodness right now the world has, coming, ringing the bell and thinking that, we should have do something for the earth, right? To fight with the global warming. So, to planting the tree, people may say that, oh, okay, so what is the methodology that how you're looking at the farm? So in the traditional way, you want to do the easy job, so you just hump everything. So you clear all the land, making sure it's mono species. But in Musang Valley practice, we are doing it differently. We only selected those areas that meeting our requirements, and then those areas that are covered with the river and everything, that we will reserve it, and then so that we can protect the riverbank. Now, this is a board of my partners, Mr. Calvin Ngai. He's very experienced in the financing and funding management, and me myself as a second generation of the farmer, I'm looking after on the operation side. Now, we have a experienced core management team where Mr. Thomas Neo, which is my CEO and my dad, all right? So he has years of experience in agriculture, and he always joke around and tell people they grew up with the trees, all right? We are from Johor, and we have the experience who stationed inside the durian farm where we are waiting the durian runtut overnight, and then we pick up the durian and then we send it to the market. When 20 years ago, 1 bg of durian only selling 5 ringgit, my friend. Do you still miss those days where the durian is very affordable? All right. So, and we have Dr. Michael as a strategy partner on the marketing side. We have Almond Chiu, who associates with a lot of connection to help us to expand our selling in the near future. And we have an agronomist team as well, a person in charge, a master agronomist in Mr. Tan. Now, me, myself, are also second generation of farmer. So being a second generation of farmer, I don't want to go to a farm. No, I can't choose that, because I need to go to a farm. But again, I always find it very interesting because those old farmers always tell me this is, I ask him why this react like that. Then they tell me that, oh, it is because, my experience told me and all this thing. And then how he said looks good and looks bad. I didn't have any clue. How do I read the durian tree and how do I read the plantation? So that's giving, another ideas to approach, using some data collections and combining all these sensor gadget. That's what we call the smart gadget, to understand how our farm activities doing it. And then by combining all these things, capturing all this data, then we are able to tell what do we do is good and what do we do is wrong. So basically, we are very proud to say right now we are not just sharing some concept about how smart farming are doing it. We are actually working it in the farm itself. So there are some little achievement of our company. So we are actually receiving the Golden Boot Award, and also we've been recognized in the Kelantan states using this technology on the plantations. Now, the reason we are actually picking this Gua Musang to plant our Musang King, as you can hear and understand for the name itself, you might find it really relevant, right? So many people may think that, hey, where's Musang King origin come from? So right now, why we pick Gua Musang? So I'm not sure whether that's give you a similarity of the name itself. So basically we pick Kelantan, and many people will ask, where is Kelantan? And then many people may also confuse, where is Gua Musang? Okay, so in order to help everybody capture where's the location, we are actually 35 minutes away from Camera Highland. Now you get it, all right? And our farm location is very prime for a plantation. It's because durian, once they fall from the tree, that means they're fully ripe, right? And send it to the market and sell it to your hand or to the table. We will only have like less than 40 hours before it crack, isn't it? Before it go over ribs. So the logistics is extremely important. And the good news about us is we are actually 300 meters distant from the highway lodging. So you can see that's the entrance of us. All right. So we actually having a few thousand of acres. So Musang Valley actually on this 2,710 acres of the places, and we already developed 500 acres on that. And this is the project that we are aiming to develop. In total size is 2,700 acres. And the reason why we pick Gua Musang is because they are meeting on this few requirements. Of course, first of all, the land conditions, topsoils are there. Because it's previously the logging company actually came in and then they humped those trees that they can sell. And then we actually take over. That's why in the previous slide that you see, we are doing the reforestation. And this thing that we're giving insurance, we are not cutting this tree. Why? Because durian is a very interesting crops that can continue harvest even after 60 years. I got a farm where there's a 67 years old. And then the tree still bear fruit and even bear good fruit. That's why a lot of durian hantu, durian fans like you, right? You want to buy the old tree durian, isn't it? So we are actually planting our durian tree on this virgin land. And then we are required to plant the area where that is 250 above sea level. Why we are picking such a condition is because we want to produce a highland durian. And if you are familiar buying durian, people always say that Black Gold and Musang King. Actually, they are the one type of the thing. They are all Musang King. The differences is because the Black Gold actually plant at the high hill. And then when you're planting on the high hill, you actually got the very different temperature in the daytime and nighttime. That's actually giving you a special, like extreme kind of the flavoring. Because your fruit going through a lot of stress, cold, very cold, hot, very hot. So right now, the global warming is bad for human, right? But it's good for the durian tree because it requires a lot of heat. So this year, you already see the market has, cheaper durian because of production more this year, right? So we are picking that area because we wanted to have a good flavor of the produce, good quality. And what we are trying to do with the smart management, as you can see, there are a few processes like the tree profile tagging. We actually GPS coordinator everything over there. And we are tagging the attendance by the gadget so that I know how far my farmer go because it's all GPS coordinations. And then when the seeding, during the seeding time until the tree can be harvested, everything that happened to the tree, what kind of fertigation that we are applying, all can be traced. And why it's so important is because as now today, it's very difficult to control the quality of the fruit because you don't know what you do right and what you do wrong. And also, it's very difficult to claim that you have planted a good standard of quality of durian. That's because you cannot prove the trace behind. So this is why Musang Valley actually wanted to venture to this industry and then creating a standard to look after all this durian farm. And I believe some of you may be a plantation owner where you also plant durian. So would it be better if you have a gadget or even some source of the data tracking that you know your farm activity? So this is what we do. Now, in nutshell, why smart farming is important? Because in long run, you were able to reduce your cost because you won't every time go to the wrong side and then putting the wrong, fertigation. And also it can increase your productivity and last, the fruit quality can be, enhanced. And without the smart tools, you were expected to get, a different type of the ratios of the grading of the durian. But with the smart farming, you are able to do things right. Therefore, you can actually getting a better grades of the durian. All right, because imagine right now it's a fruiting season. I have a young tree which is 5 to 6 years old only, and it can bear like 50 bg of durian. And this is what we don't want because we don't want to overstress it, and then we want it to be fruiting naturally because we don't want to stress the tree since the tree can making money for like 50 years, 60 years, and even longer time. So we don't want to stress it. And then if you have a good selection pick indication, you can actually remove, we are starting to remove those fruits that we don't think that it can fall into grade A, because grade A pricing will be a lot different with that. That's how we can enhance and increase, the chances that we are getting good profit. And Musang Valley Agro, actually this time we are seeking for 1.5 million, and then this targeting fund will be using for the expansion. And unlike many other durian projects, they are just starting, and then they were hoping you can trust them how to look after the tree. And in our project, we are actually pledge, our successful harvesting ready tree, which is a 6 years old durian tree or 5 years old durian tree in 5 acres. And then together with our investor, we will plant and expand another 5 acres. So this is a very not usual plantation investment opportunity in the market, and we are opening up for three packages. So you can come in as a first 3,500, 8,400, and 15,400. There are 3 packages. So if you want to find out more about this, I'll be stationed at booth 3, just right across of Agro Bank. We are actually doing this project together with Alta, and feel free to drop by and understand more about this, and I'd love to share with you the passion of durian. So no matter how far and how great of the durian news price going on, without any single part of related, it's nothing to do with you, right? So every year you can only expect the durian price drop. However, if you are part of Musang Valley, not to mention that you get some return, okay? Actually, our return is annually around 8%, but you will also enjoy the perks where you can get good durian and also of reasonable, good quality durian. So if you are the fans of durian, I think this is a project that you can helping us to expand the opportunity and selling a good, proud durian to the world. Right, so our minimum target is 500K, and then our maximum target is 1.5 in this round. So grab before it goes. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, we will do a regular updates to our investor as well. And we also having a Facebook. So if you can open your Facebook, just type in the Musang Valley. You can actually find us on that. You can see, the activity of the farms, and also you can see a lot of information of that. But I want to mention about this is please scan this QR code, and then you can get, a ticket to find out more how you can relate to this wonderful product, which is our Musang King. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. All right, we have enough time for one question. Any questions from the floor? All right, thank you so much, Mr. Nelson, co-founder and general manager of Musang Valley Agro. Next up, we have Mr. Shafiq, co-founder of Nangka Sendirian Berhad. Let's give it up for Mr. Shafiq.
Right, testing. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Shafiq. I am the co-founder of Nangka Sendirian Berhad. I think you can already guess which fruit is this word coming from. Unlike Mr. Nelson, he focuses on durian, we focus on jackfruit. We're a food tech startup that focuses on creating plant-based alternatives to food like meat, feed, flour, and milk, using a single source, that is jackfruit. So as you can see here, this is me at our jackfruit plantation with our investor from Japan. So when we say about food in Malaysia, almost all of us are actually foodies, right? But Malaysia faces its own internal struggle with food. In terms of food security, we are actually at number 43, compared to our little neighbor down south, Singapore, which stands at number 13. And inflation, as we can see, more and more food, even basic food like oil, are facing inflationary trend in terms of prices. And in terms of quality, the food that we feed our kids, especially at these days, on these days, with child obesity in Malaysia being second highest in Asia. This is very worrying. So what are our current solutions right now? Building more farms of chicken, import more food into Malaysia, while not focusing on the real fundamental problem here. And among the food crops that we are already consuming, like rice, even soy, cassava, wheat, potato, and corn, is Malaysia any of the producers of these food crops? None. And yet we focus more and more in palm oil. Seas of palm oil plantation across the nation, right? So what about this unseemingly innocent fruit called jackfruit, where we see as an undertapped opportunity, where it has been globally recognized in terms of sustainability by United Nations, and thankfully Malaysian government have actually recognized jackfruit, where we have organized plantation in abundance all throughout Malaysia, and with a lot of uses coming from one plant, it is very versatile. And right now, we are only focused in terms of upstream production in terms of jackfruit. So our proposed solution, as I mentioned, we're trying to create meat, milk, and feed from one single source, where all these physical characteristics of jackfruit are actually bringing value into creating all these sustainable products. So introducing our first product, which is meat substitute, with the caption meat substitute, meat jackfruit, where we turn an unripe jackfruit, which is gassy, which is sticky, into this plant-based meat, in different forms like burgers, dices, and minces, with a higher fiber profile to boot. We are addressing 5 of the SDG components. And our products at the moment, as you can see, are basically categorized into 4 segments, where we are already serving ready-to-eat products like meatballs, rendang, burgers, and Japanese hamburger. Also the frozen range, where we have the patties, the sausages, meat floss, nuggets, dices, and even salami. Also, we are working together with B2B clients, like in terms of providing them the high-value ingredient, which is jackfruit meats and also the premix. And we are also launching our ready-to-heat meals in terms of the Western dishes, Asian dishes, and retort packs. So how are we different from the others? So we are basically focusing on creating jackfruit as a flexible master ingredient, right? Where our proprietary jackfruit mix can actually be blended with any source of protein imaginable by humans. We have tried it with insect proteins. We have tried it with mycoprotein from fungus. Of course, we have tried it with beef and chicken. And we have also tried it with basically plant-based ingredients like mushroom as well as peas. And we are cost efficient. 95% of our production of our materials are done and sourced here in Malaysia. And we are considered minimally processed, as we don't use a lot of, basically the plant-based meat companies are using this method called extrusion method, where it uses a lot of heat and so-called pressure to actually produce all these products. We don't actually use that. We only utilize mechanical methods. We are also shelf-stable. A lot of the plant-based meat products available in the market, they have to rely on cold storage. We don't have to. We only can also rely on a retort, an old technology, where we can actually prolong the shelf life and not having to depend on cold chain. And we are also focused on partnerships, whereby we have our internal R&D team, where we can develop products that are highly customizable and diverse according to the market demands. And we're pretty much scalable anywhere, where the conversion process is local independent, as well as, as long as we are accessible to the local source of jackfruit. So as I mentioned, we can mix with any source of protein. Our proprietary base is robust, flexible, and adaptable. And if you also cannot leave your meat, chicken, beef, pork, we can blend that as well. So the market potential, Asia is the fastest growing region, where more and more the regional customers are looking into adapting plant-based diet. 23% of global consumers are trying to limit their meat intake. And the new niche, flexitarian, where people are trying to reduce their meat intake slowly and consciously with taking more and more plant-based content. So our traction, we have been invested by Glocalink Singapore as one of the presenters just now, Life Origin, and an angel investor from Japan, Carpe Diem, as well as Lever Foundation from the US. This is a string of awards that we have actually received, and our sales growth has been very, very good for the past 4 years. Our affiliations, we are basically inducted in the Food Bites Accelerator Program by Rabobank. Rabobank is the biggest agricultural bank in the world, and we are the first Asian company to have been inducted in such program. We are also taking part in the World Food Program by United Nations. And more notable ones here are the collaborations that we have with the local universities, as well as the government support that we have received over the years in terms of funding and grants. And we are also heavily involved with NGOs in Malaysia like Think City and Yayasan Chowkit. So this is our core team. I am the co-founder together with Amira. I'm in charge of strategy and business development. Amira is in charge of operations and production. Mr. Lau is in charge of our sales and marketing, while our angel investor, Satoshi, is also helping us in terms of expanding the market in Japan. So this is the pipeline that we're looking at. We have actually achieved this instant meat kit back in 2022. Right now, we are focusing on creating plant-based dairy-free milk out of jackfruit seeds. And also coming up is animal feed or plant-based pet food using jackfruit skin or the jackfruit rind. So our future, imagine picking meat and producing meat from a tree in our backyard. What about that? The world is going meatless. Are you in? Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Shafiq, thank you so much. I have a question. Just out of curiosity, can I make rendang out of jackfruit?
Of course, we already have that.
All right, so
So
next year,
you are welcome to come up to our office and enjoy that.
next year, Raya, I know what to do.
Yes, sir.
All right, any questions for the floor? All right, we have one at the back.
Hi. I want to ask if your product has protein nutritious, or do you need like add like protein from other plants or meats for that?
Yes, right. Okay. Jackfruit is actually not known for its protein content, right? So we have to actually add it with our formulation right now stands at 70% jackfruit, about 25% oyster mushroom, and also a little bit 2% coming from textured vegetable protein, which is soy-based. We have actually tried it with textured pea protein, which again is basically it is good, but it's also expensive. So yeah, we actually have to mix it over with other sources of protein.
Okay, then how's your product compared to like normal meat price? I mean,
right. At the moment, we are supplying to our counterpart in Japan. We are selling it at about 35 ringgit per kilo of jackfruit, processed jackfruit, and together with our ingredients. I think the current beef, local beef price is selling at about 40 to 41 ringgit per kilo. So I guess we are already cutting the price by quite a margin there. But again, like our friend just now, Plant Sifu, I guess it really depends on the cuts that we are selling. So general price of beef, we have already undercut it.
okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further questions? All right. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
Shafiq, co-founder of Nangka Sendirian Berhad. Now moving on, thank you all very much for the wonderful insights to your respective agribusinesses. Moving forward with the next agenda, we have Navin, the head of Digital Agriculture and Drone Technology Department in the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, or MDEC, who who will be presenting a topic on catalyzing digital transformation across the agriculture sector via digital AgTech adoption.
Okay, I don't know which side can you all see the slides. Okay, great. Hi. Hi. You know, it's a challenge to stand here at this hour of the time where people are like, you know, lepas makan and all that, great food. And we're talking about food security. So it's a challenge, but please bear with me. So I'm going to try to make this a bit casual. Let's santai, not be a typical presenter saying whatever is in the slides. So ask me whatever you need to ask anytime. Yeah? Cool. So with that said, my name is Navin Sinatambi. I'm the head of Digital Agriculture Technology and Drone Tech at Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation. So with that said, right, I actually saw a person just yawning. I'm just kidding. So AgTech, we are a government agency under the purview of Ministry of Communications and Digital, KKD. Yeah. So of the many digital initiatives that AgTech drives, you'd have heard names like e-Usahawan, e-Rezeki. So for agriculture sector, in 2017, we launched a program called e-Ladang in Bahasa. The English version of the name is called Digital AgTech, which is Digital Agriculture Technology. So with that said, a quick show of hands. How many of y'all have kids? My God, all of y'all are so nice. Usually the men, right? We will never carry the hand when we go to events because we're always single, right? Okay, now question number 2. How many of you will actually tell your children, balik, belajar, when you grow up, pass with flying colours, be a farmer? Honestly, your hands. Kau tipu lah kau. Only now. Okay, I wouldn't have. As a parent, I wouldn't have. Why? Perception. Agriculture kena pegang cangkul. Panas, dah lah aku hitam, kulit gelap. Lagi gelap pula, orang tak nampak malam. Right? So literally, that is the challenges. It's very manual. It doesn't pay well. It's not lucrative. So many reasons. But it's a perspective, which is not wrong, but is no longer relevant now. And I don't want to just say that. I'll give you some numbers. Yeah. So the e-Ladang or Digital AgTech program is very simply to encourage farmers to use digital technologies to improve their income, productivity, and reduce operational costs. Yep. Okay, very important slide. Can I copy? Yeah? I'm kidding. Okay. How many of you have been to a farm? Any farm? I mean, okay, when I say farmer, I know all of you can lie to me and say, in the highway, when I drive through, I got see farm lah. No. What I'm asking is, have you been into a farm? Hands up. Great. Now, I ask you a question. Can someone tell me what are the challenges in the farm? You got price? No. As he said, got price. Anyone? Can we get the mic? Can anyone say what are the challenges in the agriculture sector? Sure, sir. Land. Great. Land. Very correct. Next. So you need to collect your gift later. Got tea break. All right. Any other challenges? That's all. Land is the only problem. Wow. Canggih. Any other challenges? Pests. Great. What else? Labor. Soil condition. Yes. Okay, now I believe you all actually went to the farm. I believe. Anything else? Water. Great. Correct. You're absolutely right. That's all. Climate. Wonderful. Malaysia now, they say not raining, but get up in the morning, raining. Flat. So, yeah. Now, let me sum. Machinery and tools, very labor intensive. Yes. Let me summarize that for you in one word. The problems in the agriculture sector is everything. Okay? Honestly. Because a farmer can tell you the challenges from water to pests to manpower to selling to potential of middlemen, market prices, all this. Every single thing was a challenge. So we went for a while. I was like, okay, we can't address all the challenges. It's just too much. But we tried summarizing it to 4. Yeah? Low productivity, low interest, especially with the younger generation. So I know we are all young in heart, but by IC, it's the young category lah. Yeah, self-sufficiency, or like Dato' Azhar mentioned from Ministry of Agriculture, service sufficiency ratio, right? And decreasing GDP. This is not the only 4 challenges in Malaysia. It's across the globe. But through the Digital AgTech initiative by MDEC, together with Ministry of Communication Digital, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Securities, Lembaga Pertubuhan Peladang. Does anyone know who or what is LPP? Lembaga Pertubuhan Peladang. Okay, besides my team lah. My team, they already seen the slides already. Don't know, right? Okay. Okay, I give you a bonus question. 50 ringgit. Really, 50 ringgit. Can someone tell me how many farming associations are there in Malaysia? 50 ringgit. And I'm telling you on stage, I'm recorded. Close, but tak boleh lah bro. I can't give discounts, but close. Close. Anyone else? Y'all don't know, you can try, no harm trying. 50 ringgit. You want to Google also can. Open book. Okay, before you all open the book, I better give you all the answer. Okay? Okay. There are a total of 279 PPK. PPK stands for Pertubuhan Peladang Kawasan. Yeah? Pertubuhan Peladang Kawasan or Farming Association. So all the farmers are registered under sama ada PPK or Koperasi or Jabatan Pertanian or organizations under the purview of Ministry of Agriculture and Food Securities. Yeah? So 279 farming associations, and of course this is excluding College Pertanian and all that. Yeah? Now, so we have seen a very good number, a very encouraging number. Farmers using technology are able to increase 20% of productivity and income, reduce 30% of operational costs. Nice or not? For me, it's not nice lah. You know why? I think all of you are very, very bored of seeing 20%, wow, 30%, wow. I think farmers don't want to see these numbers. Farmers want to know the ringgit value. I will share that with you, right? Right. I know there's a lot of words. Don't read. I summarize it for you. Number one. So for us to do projects, right? Number one, we talk to farmers. We actually go down to the ground to do projects. Okay. Honestly, quote me for this or don't quote me for this. For you to understand a real farmer's problem, don't Google. Google is not giving you the right answer. You need to go on the ground to the farm to understand the real problem. Yeah? So we go on the ground to the demand to understand problem statements. Number two, okay, I get a problem. I need a solution, right? So we talk to technology companies. If you go down the exhibition area there, you will see a lot of companies, our MDEC Pavilion, who's exhibiting. You can talk to them, understand what solutions they have, right? These are tested and validated solutions. Number three, okay, so I have a problem. I have a technology company. I deploy solution. Wow, canggih, come out everywhere and all that. So, is that enough? No. Because how if another farmer wants to use the same system? Scalability, sustainability. Hence why, okay, all of you are smartphones, right? I see your hands all very cool. I can feel you all, I know. Take up your phone. Close the Facebook lah, Instagram all close. Later lah, sikit. Okay, open your Google. Type in Program Modernisasi Rantaian Nilai Agro Makanan Negara. I repeat, Program Modernisasi Rantaian Nilai Agro Makanan Negara. Do you all see it? Okay, you all nodding your head because you all too quite sleepy, or are you all seeing the correct page or not? Okay. Now, this is an amazing program launched by the Ministry of Agriculture in support of all the agencies, stakeholders and all that, as we address national food security. Why? Last time, right, a farmer's problem is, you say technology, can believe or not? Does it work? Expensive or not? ROI? Hi-yo, a lot of challenges, right? So Ministry of Agriculture came up with this directory of smart technology solutions called Direct Tani through the program I mentioned earlier, Program Modernisasi Rantai Nilai Agro Makanan Negara. So now you have about over 50 solutions listed. You don't have to worry if this company can be trusted or not. This is approved, piloted, endorsed, and validated. Okay, now, why am I saying all this? So when another farmer wants to adopt the solution, he can go to AgroBank right now. There is a total allocation of 60 million ringgit at the rate of 3.5%, which is the lowest interest rate of all the financial organizations. First year, moratorium. Year 2 onwards, you start paying, and it's up to 10 years. For a farmer, this is a very good news, right? This is available already. So that's sustainability and scalability. Okay. Come to the important slides lah. So this is the program. Okay. Okay, I don't know whether should I give the 50 ringgit out or not. Can someone tell me what does KPKM stands for? AgTech and our technology partners are not allowed to answer. KPKM, what does it stand for? You all really don't know or? Okay, yes, brother at the back. Tolonglah selamatkan saya.
Kementerian Pertanian dan Keterjaminan Makanan.
InsyaAllah, syukur saya dengar. Right, thank you so much for that. Yes, KPKM stands for Kementerian Pertanian dan Keterjaminan Makanan. In English is Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Right? Because I'm telling you because we will use these acronyms quite a bit. So the E-Ladang or Digital AgTech program by AgTech, like I said, don't talk too many words, is to encourage farmers to use 4th IR technologies. What does it mean? IoT, sensor, big data analytics, data platforms, AI, artificial intelligence, so that farmers can achieve only 3 things. Number 1, increase productivity. 2, increase income. 3, reduce operational costs. Some of you can ask me, Naveen, I think your slide is wrong because it's supposed to be food security, but I don't see the word food security inside your slide. I think you're in the wrong session. If you have the question, good to hear. But now, does anyone here know the simple summary of food security? 50 ringgit. Yeah, I'm actually in the giving mood, no. Raya just finished and I'm in the giving mood, boss. If you can answer that, I have to give 50 ringgit. Mike. Okay, I'm probably going to buy a solution for 50 ringgit then. Yeah, I'll go with him first. There's only 150 ringgit note, boss, in the pocket.
Food do we in fact import?
Correct, partially correct. No, I'm not trying to save the 50 ringgit, but partially you're right. Yeah. Abang Nangka.
I define it using my own terms
please.
and understanding lah. Because we have been really focusing on this one, right? To really explain it to people in layman's term, right? For its food security, if Malaysia is involved in war, right, or embargo by the greater powers, how long can we last without importing food into the country? That's all.
Wonderful. A clap for him. I actually owe you 50 ringgit, boss, and I'm not saying that it's recorded that I owe you 50 ringgit for this. Now, like he said, so food security means anyone across the world, let's talk about Malaysia, anyone in Malaysia, everyone in Malaysia should have access to food anytime, anywhere. For example, today in Securities Commission, so hungry, speakers all stock so much, you need a coffee. You go to cafe, no food. Food security. Layman perspective. So anyone has access to food anytime, anywhere. That is food security. 50 ringgit. Deal. A clap for the gentleman because layman perspective is always very important. Now, tapi the fundamental of food security is food productivity. How do you increase your food productivity? That's how we're addressing through technology. So number one, we do a lot of pilot projects to validate whether the solutions are ready. This morning, a lot of people spoke to me, Naveen, I have a farm, I want to know what technology can use. Great, talk to us. Technology companies came to us, bro, I'm not so big like other companies, but I got solution, very simple solution for agriculture. How can we work together? Amazing, come and talk to us, because right now, we are talking to a lot of farming association. They have a lot of problems and I need technology companies. We can do the projects together with you, right? So as you say, grow, we want to grow together with you too. We can do projects together. Okay, gentleman in front, I like your hairstyle, so I'm going to quote your name. Your name? All right, Eza. I like his hairstyle. It's so easy to maintain, right? So Eza. So let's say Eza says, okay lah bro, I do a project, I submit the results, MDEC endorses, great. So what next? Simple. Once we endorse, we do a pilot visit and everything, we will list you under Direct Tani, which means you are an official appointed technology provider under the Ministry of Agriculture. You don't need to carry your resume around everywhere, boss. You are listed. Automatically, when thousands of farmers want to use your solution, and they go to the directory and see, oh, Eza's company. Click. It goes to AgroBank. AgroBank process the money to you. You deploy the solution to farmer. Settle. Nice or not? This program is already effective. Right? So that's what we do. So after do pilot, but is doing pilots enough? We also provide a lot of training through our ecosystem partners to farmers. We can give farmers drone and all that. Trust me, they wouldn't know what to click, what to see. Before this, we train farmers on how to use technology. But now, one of the requirements by the banks, including AgroBank, is you need a training certificate so that your loans get faster approval, subject to fulfilling all the criteria. So the certificate is very, very important for you to get microfinancing, grants, loans, whatever from financing banks. Yeah. So two things. Now, these are some of the list of projects that we have done. Now, how many of you are not Malaysian? Hands up. Great. How long have you been in Malaysia? 2 days. Okay, I'm quite sure you have not tasted Malaysian food. But for the Malaysians, how many of you all know what is nasi kandar? Really? Some of you all didn't carry your hand. I'm worried. I'm very worried about food security now, okay? Now, why I say that, whatever you see in your nasi kandar plate, your prawns, your chicken, your pineapple, all that, your green vegetable, all that has been piloted through technology, except paddy. We are exploring projects for paddy right now. So see, these are some of the projects. Chili plantation, green vegetable, aquaculture, tiger prawns, chicken poultry, pineapple, green vegetables, hydroponics, aquaponics not yet, soon. Bird nest soon, right? So far, we have done about 15 pilot projects across the country, 1,500 farmers trained, and 15 farming associations have now systems, right? Pictures. Pictures say a lot of things, right? So some pictures for your eyes. So, in summary, when you said, okay, I know that Indian guy on the stage said a lot of things, he made a lot of jokes, and I'm just tired, I need coffee. Simple. Today, go back. Don't Google MDEC, don't Google anything. Just remember this term called DATE. D-A-T-E. Right? I don't want to ask whether you have dated in your life. That's something very different, very wrong. But D-A-T-E stands for digitalization. We can support you in terms of training on digital elements for farmers. If you're a training provider, you're a tech company, talk to us. Number two, we provide a lot of advisory. We're not saying that we know everything. No. We want to learn and grow with you. Tell us your problem statements. We'll rectify that together through pilot projects, right? Or like Abang Nelson, the Musang King brother, right? He said he has done a lot. Of course, his experience talks. But let's say Nelson says, I have this huge 2,710 acres of land in Lodging, Kelantan. I want to use technology, but I don't know what to use. Come and talk to us. We can suggest. Advisory. 3, we do projects. Projects are your resumes, your success stories, right? Do projects. If you have done projects somewhere, no problem. Come and talk to us again because we can validate your solution so that you get listed under Ministry of Agriculture and Food Securities, KPKM, right? Next, ecosystem engagement. Now, can you all tell me, okay, I don't want to give 50 ringgit. I just lost 50 ringgit to the gentleman in front, okay? Now, Agriculture Bank is sedihnya. It's quite sad to stand here and not hear any response though. I'm hearing my voice rebouncing. Okay, so it's Agro Bank. But right now, we have 4 banks onboarded to finance farmers for digital agriculture technology, which is number 1, Agro Bank. Number 2, CIMB Islamic. Number 3, Bank Pembangunan, BPMB. Number 4, the Raju. We are also talking to Bank Negara together with other banks to be onboarded very soon. So last time, if financing was a challenge, you have now 4 or 5 banks to pick from. What else, right? Last time, you don't know which technology to use. Now you have over 50 listed technology. What else, right? Right, so what do you see here? Okay, these next 2 slides are the most important slides. If you were sleeping before this, it's okay. I forgive you. But now, ladies and gentlemen, get up. Don't stand, just sit down, sit down. Okay. You see all these pictures? For us, we are very, very proud because when you attend conferences, right, they tell you what's happening in India, China, Netherlands, Google Images. I think we're all tired of that, right? But this is made in Malaysia, by Malaysia, for Malaysia. Local success stories, you can come and ask me where, I'll tell you exact location. Now, I know the lady there is cold. Can you all show me your palm? Bahawa dengan sesungguhnya. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Don't worry. Perfect. Thank you, boss. Now your hand, your palm, turn it this way. For you all to know, especially for the men who do marketing, kena tipu kat market kan, I'll tell you the truth. Do you know how to measure chili tak? Chili, again, listen, chili is measured by your palm. If the chili is longer than your palm, it's a grade A. I know the gentleman in front is laughing. Yeah lah, you Indian fella, big size, big hand. No. This is very long. Above 7 inches, grade A. If the chili is in between your palm, grade B. Circle cripple, grade C. Am I lying or not? I'm telling you the truth. Today, if you go to PPK Kuala Langat, an example, Banting, you will actually see a foreign worker there with the hand pointed out. He's doing grading manual. And I'm not joking about it. Chili is defined by the color, right or wrong? Chili grade, is it defined by the color, right or wrong? Puchitao. I see the uncle, okay. I know I do that also, but I can't do that in front. I'm supposed to know, right? Okay, no. Green red doesn't matter. It is still grade A. It's measured by the length. Before technology, on average, farmers were producing 70% grade A at 9 ringgit. 20% grade B at 6 ringgit, 10% grade C at 3 ringgit. This was 3 years ago, during pandemic. Now with technology, example, PPK Kuala Langat. I'm giving you a name, because I don't want you to say, yeah, no, I'll give you a name, go and see yourself, right? Because seeing is believing. They now produce 90% grade A and 10% grade B only. That leads to 20% improvement of productivity. Again, 20%, 30%, anyone can put the numbers there, right? I'll give you numbers. Every single farmer who has used technology, smart fertigation, smart irrigation system, is now earning, are you hearing me? 2,000 ringgit per month per acre. I don't think so you'll get these numbers anywhere. I repeat that for you. Every farmer who is using simple smart fertigation, smart irrigation systems for chili plantation are now earning 2,000 ringgit extra per month per acre. Extra. Means before this, if you're doing 2,005, now you're doing 4,005. Nice or not? If you go to your children now, son, starting salary of an engineer, 5,000 ringgit. Chili plantation, 7,000 ringgit. Your son will say, Dad, 7,000 ringgit. Because it's money, right? But what I'm trying to say, agriculture is no more dirty, difficult, dangerous. It is pretty sexy and lucrative, but with the use of technology. Okay, how many of you all are vegetarian? I know Abang earlier spoke about meat. So as you see my physical appearance, if I turn this side, right, the meat consumption is high, right? So for me, it's hard. But why I say that? How many of you all are vegetarian? Hands up. Thank you. I love you all for this. I feel so bad when you said that, but no, I'm kidding, boss. Now, why I say this? Because let's talk about chicken. Chicken harvest cycle from anak ayam to harvest is 35 days. Before this, after 35 days, when they send to KFC, Nando's, Ayamas, whatever not, average bird weight is 1.8 kilo. Now, with technology, you have increased, not with injection, with technology. You have increased the bird weight to 2.2 kilo. Now, can someone tell me what's the weight difference? Okay, either I failed my mathematics terribly or your ranking was lower than mine. Okay, 2.2 tolak 1.8 equivalent to 0.4. Right? Probably, sir, you can say, hey, I mean, generally, you're very good mathematics. You can say 400 gram is equivalent to 10 packet of 10 pieces of lollipop. True. But when you do the calculation, I give you numbers. 400 gram is almost equivalent to 2 ringgit. Additional income per bird. Chicken bird. Yeah. Times with, let's say, 50,000 birds in a barn. That's an additional income of 100,000 ringgit over 35 days. How? Technology. Where? Simpang Renggam, Johor. You know why I'm telling you these places? Seeing again is believing. This is local technologies made for local market, used by local farmers. We are so proud about doing in Malaysia, right? These are Malaysian success stories. It's available. Yeah? So some of the trainings that we have done, happy to see that if you are doing some form of training on digital, you can come and talk to us. Or you say, no lah bro, my boss said have to attend the event, so I'm just here because I stay in the office, I have got to do work. I come here, I attend some events, I get free food. No worries, because here you're gaining information, because worst case scenario, when you go back, weekends, your wife say, darling, you buy chili, you can say, hey boss, you are selling me grade B at grade A's price. At least you will learn, right? Okay? Now, the whole idea. Okay, I'll give you one last exercise. Last, I promise. Can you take up your phone? Show me your phone. Put it up. And bear in mind, among you guys, actually sit Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. So you are being watched. I promise. Okay, your phone's up. Thank you. Thank you. Open your calculator. Okay, now currently 0, right? Don't give yourself some extra marks, no. Okay, don't calculate first. Now, last year, Malaysia's chili import is 1.8 million kilo. Million got 60, I'm just confirming, right? 60. Now, so every single farmer with the 2,000 ringgit extra, is now producing 10,000 kilo over 6 months, which means over 1 year, he's producing 20,000 kilo. Okay, type 20,000 kilo. Why I say times 2 is because chili harvest cycle is 2 cycles, 1 year 2 times. So each farmer with technology is producing minimum of 20,000 kilo. Betul? 20,000 is again 4 zeros. Don't give yourself an extra 0 at the back. Okay, let's say I give you a simple number. Let's say we get 100 farmers in Malaysia to adopt technology. You times 100. Tell me what you see. We import how much? if I just get just 100 farmers to use technology, we can reduce our chili import already. And it's just 100, no. I'm just talking about a very basic number. Betul? The amount of thousands or millions of ringgit going to food import for every subsectors is a lot. And I'm giving you real numbers. You are calculating this yourself. So if I get 100 farmers to adopt technology all, I can reduce my chili imports already. That will boost digital economy. Yeah? So the whole idea is how can we get more and more farmers to use technology, because I have been to the farm. Gigit, nyamuk. So I'm not trying to stand here and say, I've done this, oh, feel bad for me. No. When you go to a farm, it's very sad to see their current situation. Me, you, here, we can make a difference for them. Advise them, give them technology. You have a farm anywhere, right? For example, Chief, I'm going to use your name. So he goes like, what can I do with AgTech? I mean, I produce protein replacement meals. The main source of protein was jackfruit, was one of it, right? I'm quite sure he has access to jackfruit farms. I can do a project there. When I produce more jackfruits at his farms, partners' farms, he should be able to produce more. He should be able to earn more. We can do project with every single one in the room in different ways. Even if you cannot come and share with us so that we learn too. Everyone can access. Yeah? So so this is what you probably want to hear. Are you all awake? Because this is very important. How many of you all followed Belanjawan announcement? My God, none of you all saw the Belanjawan. You all know who presented Belanjawan or not? Okay, I'm actually quite worried, no. And SC team told me, if you all don't answer correctly, you're not leaving the room. You're not even getting any single quay. Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, so under the reason Belanjawan, we were blessed with a budget of 10 million ringgit to do projects and trainings for the agriculture sector with the blessings of Ministry of Agriculture, as what Dato' Azhar, TKSU presented early this morning. So we are telling you all this to tell that we are here to walk the journey with you. Come walk with us. I mean, don't hold hands lah. It'll be very wrong, but come. Yeah. So we want to create more jobs. So there's a perception that, use drone. What's going to happen to the normal workers on the ground? Can I eliminate workers? I know a lot of you all asked the question, but let me tell you this. You are not eliminating any workers. You are upskilling them and saying, bro, no need to on the pipe ready, bro. Just click on. You're upskilling them or you're digitally skilling them. You look at data. You don't say, oh, hari ni nak hujan ke tak? No, you base on data. You're upskilling them. Have you all seen a robot in Malaysia to harvest? Anyone? I have not too. Which means you still need human, right? You still need human. We are not saying that AgTech is going to replace human. It's just going to digitally skill the current workers. So we want to get more and more younger generation, women empowerment, people who have lost jobs, people who are retired, who says, I want to go into the workforce back. Great. Workforce does not mean corporate only. Workforce also means agriculture sector. Yeah. You produce, we eat because of you. How many of you here are farmers? Great. Okay, Saiful, can Saiful stand up? Okay, his name is Saiful. So we have hired him. I'm not introducing him to you in that sense. One of the reasons why I hired him, because he is a farmer by nature. So he would know agriculture sector a little better than me. That's why. So sit. So he has a farm. Again, anyone else who has a farm? Great. If you don't, please look into seeing how you can venture into the agriculture space. Yeah? Too fast. Right, I know there's a lot of words in here. So, AgTech is now the officially appointed National Strategic Technology Validator under the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Securities, under Program Modernisasi Rantai Nilai Agro Makanan Negara. For those of you who may have this thought, AgTech, agriculture, why? Don't worry, you are talking to the right person. Okay, just to validate that, yeah. So you can see our logos in there, but the whole idea is not about the logos. The whole idea is to have your logos up on the screen, right? We want success stories to be shown. Yeah. So yes, so we work with a lot of parties: Ministry of Agriculture and Food Securities, Ministry of Communications and Digital, who is our custodian, who have been blessing us continuously, Lembaga Pertubuhan Peladang, Jabatan Pertanian, and so on and so forth. Yeah. The most important page. Why? Because it has the email address there. Okay. For those who are very shy to ask, Naveen, sleeping time, you ask me to ask question, all very hard. You can drop me an email. Yeah. So yes, the whole idea is this, because there's a say. You want to go far, you go alone. But if when you want to go fast, you go alone. But when you want to go far, you go together. For us, on behalf of the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, firstly, our heartfelt thank you to the Organisers Securities Commission for giving us an opportunity to share, but even more, to giving us an opportunity to get connected to you guys, because we want to grow with you. We want to walk the digital AgTech journey with you. Some of you are how many of you here are technology companies? Great, great, great. Some of you I don't even know. Please come and talk to us, boss. Yeah, I don't bite. I just give 50 ringgit, going to give 50 ringgit away. I'm a very nice person. Yeah. Any questions? I'm opening this to the floor. Yes, sir.
These are old figures. I think we import about 60% of our food.
Correct.
We import about 60 billion worth.
Correct.
We import about 10 billion from our neighbor Thailand. I think old figures. How did we ever get into this position?
Into the import part.
Yes, seriously, when I look at food security, been mentioned for decades, it's not really improving. I hope MDEP can really help.
Sure. So I'm not going to touch about history, not because I'm running away from the question. No. You put me on the spot, so I'm going to be very transparent. We used to be ahead of Thailand, Indonesia, neighboring countries. We used to tell them, we are blessed with everything. You want land. You want good weather. You want a great framework. You want financial regulation, all that. But why? In terms of security advancement, they are advanced. Simple. One of the reasons is because our perception ate us up. Agriculture, no need lah. No need. No. Most of the people went into agro. Do you all know what's the difference? Agri means farming. Agro means businesses related to agri. They all said, agri, no lah. If everyone keeps saying that, of course we are going to be importing more and more and more. Of course came other issues, which technology works, use Indonesian workers, foreign neighbors, again, that thing, and all that. Then came financing. I got COVID, other issues and all that, got flood problem. Where do I go for financing? Agro bank, only bank, come on, it's challenging, right? But all that is being rectified with Program Modernisasi. And Government of Malaysia is actually injecting more amount of budget in terms of microfinancing, grants, training schemes, so many other things into agriculture sector, because the sector now has a lot of success stories. But by showing 15 pilots, is that enough? No, not at all. We're just touching the surface. But being a very, very positive person, don't look back, because it's very scary. You look at failures, but look what's ahead. For me, what's good? Malaysia has already put the second gear or third gear in front. We are already on the wagon. We are moving. Do not put reverse gear because the moment you bang the car at the back, it's your mistake. Right? Correct or not? But let's look at it. Look at it realistically. We have success stories, we have structures, we have financing, we have budget. I think the future lies very, very bright for Malaysian agriculture sector with technology adoption. Question? Boss, I give lah boss 50 ringgit. Oh.
Mr. Navid, how are you, sir?
Salam, Tuan.
First time asking.
Hi, Tuan.
I'd just like to ask, how long do you think it would take for Malaysia to fully adopt digital agriculture in the current trajectory that we have now?
Okay, good question. You want a realistic number or you want a diplomatic? Okay, a realistic number, I would say, as in alignment with Dasar Agro Makanan Policy Negara, dan 2.0, 2030 is a very realistic number to at least get 50% of all the farmers in Malaysia to adopt technology. At least 50. We are potentially at 10%. That range, again, it's my, don't quote me for this, it's an assumption, but we are at least 10% there. In the span of the next few years, I am quite, in fact, I'm very, very positive we will hit at least 50%. If I tell you 100%, please. Then I'm just being a pure diplomatic person here, but 50% 2030. Boss, you had a question.
Okay, sorry. Apart from the 50 ringgit, because I just came back from TIFEX. TIFEX Anugerah Asia is one of the biggest F&B expo in Asia, right? It's actually held in Bangkok. And I think like the gentleman just now mentioned that we are very much lagging behind Thailand. I think I would probably have some idea why, but looking at the booths and the vendors and the companies with the food produce that they bring to the event is just melaut. You know, it's like just so many of them with all kinds of fruits, all kinds of technology being employed to actually bring the fruits there. Whereby Malaysia, we are very much downstream products, right? I don't see a lot of fresh fruits produced coming from Malaysia in that event, even though we actually were invited, kind enough to be invited by the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security to be one of the, booth punya ni lah, exhibitors. MDEC, as I probably this is not a question for you, I'm not sure. I can see that you have presented a lot of technology being, you guys are being a supporting agency to support farmers in adopting technology. So this is upstream, right? That is also a massive challenge on its own. Whereby companies like us, we are more downstream, right? So there's another technology aspect to it, which is a lot of noise in this space, whereby we need to take up our products into the international scene, where, hey, look at us, we have this product, so-and-so product, we have solved this issue, now we are bringing it to the market. So, correct me if I'm wrong, I've heard there's some financial or financing support being lent out by MDEC recently to support downstream players like us in bringing our products into the international scene through digital marketplaces, right? And I can see that from year to year, the cost of joining these digital marketplaces is becoming more and more expensive. As I can mention, like Alibaba, like Trade India, like eBay, Amazon, and all that. So I didn't really understand the one that you being launched the other day, but is this something that you guys are doing as well to help the local Malaysian companies in catapulting our products into the digital scene? Yeah.
Okay, I'm just taking a step back to understand the long statement. Okay, again, to be very transparent, I don't want to be diplomatic standing here. Now, so for digital AgTech project, we look at upstream. We don't do downstream. But I don't want to be a typical person. Sorry, boss, we don't do downstream. No. So we do have a grant recently launched called the Malaysia Digital Export Grant. Yeah, up to 1 million ringgit. So any sectors, not agriculture alone, any sectors, when you are a technology solution provider, a developer, anything related to digital, you want to export your solution, your services overseas, you can apply for the grant. Can, yeah. At the same time, now say example, Nangka, if I can quote, you can tell me, but Naveen, I am doing food produce. Simple. You can digitalize everything, boss. For example, I put a QR code and say, I can track where this Nangka tree came from, traceability. A solution. You can submit your application. You can digitalize everything. So this is just one. There are a lot of other grants available for export market juga. For example, you have global export certifications, and there's also financings available for that under Ministry of Agriculture. There are few available. Yeah, but for under export, MDEC export, yes, there is a grant available. As long as digital related to product services, boleh. Silakan, please. This money is for the rakyat, for our country. Question? I think we need to get, SC need to get, Hafiz, we need to get electric scooter because kesian, she walks all there. Jauh good.
Morning.
Boss.
Afternoon, Arvin. Just now you talk about Malaysian export grant, right? For MDEC.
Ah.
So, what? I mean, 1 million for one company, or the whole grant is one for?
How many company you got, boss?
I mean, like.
Oh, okay. I got chap.
Yeah.
Okay. So we go by one company, one grant application. But at the same time, that does not stop you from one. Let's say you're offering different services or different systems, different scope. You can apply for more.
Like example,
one company can apply for few scopes, different.
So example, like I got this.
So there's an advisory committee who will see how unique is your solution to be exported. So we tell people, don't bond yourself with one. You can apply different scope. Yeah.
So 1 million for the whole company, is it?
For one scope.
One scope. Oh, so you got a lot of millions.
Okay, I'll give you a sample. Because you say so many company, boss, I'm a bit worried. How many companies you have?
No, I mean for the whole Malaysia.
Okay.
Or what?
So for example, let's talk about agriculture. You have fertigation system, one scope. Irrigation system, another scope. Pest control, another scope. 1, 2, 3. One company. Yeah. You can apply. So the advisory committee or evaluation committee will see how unique is your solution compared to the rest, and whether do you have export markets ready, you have a ready, we call it off-taker or demand to adapt your solution, great. It will be evaluated. But yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Boss, you got how many companies, boss? Later we talk outside. Question? Three, 2, 1. Thank you so much. Again, on behalf of the Malaysia Digital Economic Corporation, thank you so very much. But like I said, we want to grow 4 things. We want to grow farmers. We want to grow technology partners supply. We want to grow our national agriculture sector. We want to boost the digital economy of the country. So with that said, Salam Malaysia Madani, majulah sektor pertanian berteraskan teknologi digital. Thank you so much. Safe journey. Don't go back yet. You just makan time only.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Navin. We will have a very short break now. Next session will start at 4:30. So please come. Thank you. everyone. Good afternoon. Now, moving on to our final agenda of the day, we have Melissa Fu, Head of Ventures from Sunway iLabs, who will be giving a pitch on their Net Zero Lab.
Yes. Testing. Well, hi. Good afternoon or good afternoon, everyone. And really, thank you for your interest to stay until the last session of the day. It'll actually be a really quick one, and I think one of the things that we wanted to really highlight to you and maybe to the entrepreneurs and founders in your networks, it's really an opportunity to work with Sunway iLabs in the agri and food tech sector via the Sunway iLabs Net Zero Lab and Fund. So basically, I think the Sunway Group is, for those of you who came from overseas, it's a conglomerate in Malaysia where we have 13 business units. And this year, we're actually launching our Net Zero Lab to invest in sustainability and working with innovative, sustainable solutions, leveraging on Sunway's existing ecosystem. So for example, if you are innovating solutions in climate tech, in food tech, you can actually leverage on the network. Like if you're in retail, you can leverage on our Sunway retail sectors to really push your products to the consumer. And for example, if some of the companies that we work with also work with our Sunway malls, our Sunway Medical Center, and our other Sunway business units to really pilot, design, and co-develop their solutions in sustainability. And why are we starting this Net Zero Lab Fund? It's because we believe that there is, as you know, a huge potential for digital revolution in sustainability and also in the food industry, right? And basically, Malaysia is very well positioned to be a hub for this sustainable innovation. Because as we looked, in the region for solutions for food systems and food security, we find that some of the solutions by our neighbors are all actually at a bit of a similar stage to where we are in Malaysia. So, I mean, in some of the digital technology and agriculture technology side, as some of my colleagues from AgTech shared, you might think that Thailand and so on are ahead of Malaysia. But actually, if we look at climate, food security, and food systems, a lot of the companies are also still growing and in a growing stage in our neighboring countries, right? I think even Singapore is understanding that and trying to invest heavily into food systems and food security in growing in the future. So there's a lot of funding coming from Singapore, but where the companies are also at a growth stage, right? So there is a very big advantage for Malaysia to also similarly invest in growth stage solutions in food security and position ourselves as a market, but also a hub to export these solutions to the region and globally. Yeah. What we realize also is that the reason why we are looking to invest into this sector is because as we're trying to create the solutions and as we speak to the startups who are trying to scale, we realize that it's not just about startups selling products to clients and growing in a way organically, but it's also about how we can invest to help them to grow and scale and open new markets for them, right? So I think as part of any new company strategy into solving for food systems, for lower carbon emissions in the food industry and in the agricultural industry, it isn't just about adopting new technologies, but it's about working with funding and financing partners to achieve these goals. And lastly, of course, I think that within the Sunway ecosystem, we have the Sunway University, which is one of the top 3 universities in Malaysia, with significant partnerships around the world with Oxford, Cambridge, MIT, and Harvard. And what we're doing actually is we are working and leveraging on these partnerships to work with researchers researching the latest in food technology and food systems in these universities to potentially bring these solutions into Malaysia, bring them in as fundable business models to then grow and scale in Malaysia, and then using Malaysia as a hub for this in the region. So I I think really quickly, this was what I covered earlier, but basically Sunway is looking to invest in global ventures with commercializable solutions. And this includes, ventures and startups from Malaysia. And we want to co-develop these solutions, leveraging on the Sunway ecosystem. So we're not really looking for ready-made, technologies that are just looking for clients, but we're actually looking for, very innovative ideas and products that we can actually help by using the Sunway as a playground, right? Like you can actually work with our Sunway malls, hotels, and business units as a test bed, and for you to co-design and develop your product, and then use that as to further expand it throughout the region. Okay, so the Net Zero Lab, that's what we are calling it. Food systems and security is one of the focus areas. The other areas that we're looking at is renewable and efficient energy, right? So of course, even in the agriculture industry, there are a lot of different energy, solar and solutions that could be applied, and that's also the things that we are looking to invest in. Food security, sustainable cities. So recently, Sunway actually internally venture built our own urban farm concept, of which we are looking to kind of reduce the distance from vegetables on the farm to reach like the consumption, so farm to table, and also because of that, reducing the carbon footprint of the transportation of vegetables and other produce to the kitchens and restaurants for consumption. So that venture built with Sunway X Farms, we're actually expanding that to occupy another 3 floors in a tower in Sunway in Sunway Tower in KL City. And I think that's something like how committed we are to really building that sustainable food systems within the Sunway cities, right? Sunway has several townships. Of course, we are familiar, or we are in Kuala Lumpur, so the biggest and first one was in Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur. But we're also building out a new township in south, in Iskandar, in Johor, which is where we also intend to set up urban farms and potentially have that supply to our neighboring countries in Singapore down south. The last focus area, of course, is the circular economy. So any innovations in, we look at a lot of innovations in food or waste management, and this can also help us to, reduce landfill and reduce like pollution and waste management. I think everyone knows when all of us are living in urban or city areas, there's definitely a lot of waste produced, but to try and keep that, circular, or to find new ways to process waste is one of the areas that we're looking at funding in the Net Zero Lab. Okay. Yeah. So why now? And I think this is something that we really wanted to emphasize, I think, to all of you here, is that, in the recent COP27, despite how a lot of people think that there are sustainable solutions out there, we noted that the world is still on the brink of a climate catastrophe. And this will affect so many things, like, like the flooding can affect a lot of crops and agriculture production, right? How are we going to, continue to, let's say, use traditional methods of farming or, open farms if we have to face things like, a rise in temperatures, a change in climate, right? So these are the solutions that we are also looking at that affect our agriculture industry, right? So, here are some statistics. I think 5.3% rise in global emissions, increase in the global sea level. We really need to reduce our carbon emissions, to prevent the global warming and increase in temperatures. And last of all, natural disasters, right? I think this is also something that we talk about in the sustainable cities, that if we don't make our cities resilient to the natural disasters, we actually are exposed not just to, of course, the effects, the immediate effects of the natural disaster, but also the economic losses that come from it, right? And I think many of the global natural disasters have caused a lot in economic losses, and it keeps increasing year after year, right? The impact of these natural disasters. Yeah. So Malaysia, of course, we have set ambitious targets. We want to reduce 45% of greenhouse gases by 2020. And globally, the interest in sustainable investments has also been on the rise. So I would encourage a lot of the companies here who are innovating in the agri and food space to think about the impact of their innovation on the climate and on the environment, because globally we have seen a lot of interest looking to fund and grow and scale companies that create a net positive impact on the environment. For all the investors or funds here, these are just some statistics that we have seen of how much investment is actually needed in the trillions and billions per year for us to achieve the SDGs, right? So you think about the Sustainable Development Goals, and I think it's great to say, yes, we want to achieve that, and yes, we want to work towards it. But look at the amount of investment that's actually needed, annually for us to achieve it, and then we realize that, are we doing enough, right, to actually reach that goal, and are we actually funding, directing the funding to where, are the solutions actually getting the funding they need to scale and solve for some of the problems, right, that the world is facing. Yeah, so I think in Malaysia, some of the companies that we've been working with in this space, we look at solving the carbon footprint for consumption, and this includes, of course, our food consumption as well. There are things, a lot of decarbonization technologies. There are innovations in the space around like reusability, recyclability. So we've seen like technologies such as reusable packaging, composting, and other forms of reusing and sustainable product development. We've also seen some companies work around traceability in the food supply chain, also increasing, tracking of sourcing or food sourcing and food traceability. So these are some of the innovations that we have seen. But most of them, to my previous point, still require funding to grow and scale. And to my other point previously, I think that we are in Malaysia uniquely positioned to invest and grow these startups and be an exporter of these technologies to our region, right? And so this is why we at Sunway intend to really invest or source these deals and then work with them so that they can then be providing solutions, not just Malaysia, but for the region. Okay. So what is the Net Zero Lab? I think the Net Zero Lab is an open innovation lab into which we invite companies to apply. There is no start or end date for the application. We will work with the companies on a rolling basis. And to source these companies, we are actually working with different industry partners coming, as I mentioned, from some of the local and global universities, but also through our networks with the trade organizations in Japan and in the UK to look for commercializable solutions that can then apply to be part of the Net Zero Lab and work with us for a year. So in that 1 year in the Net Zero Lab, I think there are, yeah. I don't know if you can see, yeah, that's one part that's a little bit hidden here. But actually there are two pathways to enter into the Net Zero Lab. The first one on top, yeah, you can't see that, but the first one on top is the what we call it through our partners previously. Okay, and so we actually did a soft launch for the entry into the Net Zero Lab with the UK Department of Business and Trade. That was in March this year, of which 10 companies actually pitched to be part of the Net Zero Lab. Right? The other pathway that you can see at the bottom here is what we call direct application. So if you go to our Sunway iLabs website, and I will flash that at the end, you can actually apply directly to the Net Zero Lab, and then our team will then reach out to you to evaluate, your suitability to be part of the Net Zero Lab. The lab is, as I mentioned, it is an open innovation, and it goes for 1 year. And during the lab, the start date actually depends on how you would like to work with the Sunway business unit. So for example, what we prioritize to invest into the lab is really about the synergies with the Sunway business unit. And this could take the place of a form of a pilot project, right? So one of the examples of pilot projects that we have done is with a startup from Singapore that could analyze the taste profile of vegetables. It's called Profile Prints, and you know, with a machine, and they could actually like look at the vegetables and give you some data or information about the nutrition and taste profile of the vegetable. So these are some of the startups that, you know, I think X-Farms wanted to work with, because it allowed them to then, you know, be able to provide this information to the consumer. And because, you know, in X-Farms, they produce a lot of leafy microgreens, the ability to kind of analyze this and then provide the nutrition content to the end consumer was something that X-Farms launched a pilot project with. So some of these companies, we actually introduce you to the business units that are relevant to you. And then during that time, we can scope out a pilot project where the business unit and you can work together to either co-design or develop a products, right? This could also take the form of a consumer, consumer pilot, right? Where another example of a pilot that we did was we worked with a cricket-based protein company that makes cricket patties. And so, of course, you know, cattle or beef as a source of protein, it has a very high impact on the environment. So we were looking at working with this company as an alternative source of protein with a lower carbon footprint. Ultimately, I think one of the pilots they did, which was quite a fun one, was working with some of the business unit to test out their products and sell them to the consumer market and get feedback from them. Other than running a pilot with the business units, we also will invest in the startup, and we have allocated actually up to $500,000 in investments to any of these startups. We look at startups at different stages. Up to $500,000, maybe a big check size, I guess, for some of the smaller startups here. But for some of the startups that we have seen as well, I think we look at what would be necessary for them to set up operations and so on. So we recognize that they may not all be digital or online-based startups, hence the larger initial investment size. So the investment can occur before the pilot. For example, some of the startups that we see from overseas and the UK, they may need the investment to then set up in Malaysia and run the pilot. So this is an option for them. For some of the startups that are not actively fundraising, they may choose to run a pilot with us first, and after the end of the pilot, we may then consider, investing in them in their next round. Okay. Yeah, and finally, what happens after a year in the Net Zero Lab? We actually have a network of follow-on funders. What will happen with the companies, it doesn't have to be like exactly at the end of 1 year, but I think towards the end, after the pilot investment, we look to maybe for them to work with some of our other partners in the industry. They can also run different pilot projects or maybe introduce them to the different partners to, as customers, and also follow on funding. Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that is the end of this presentation. Just a brief introduction into the Net Zero Lab. We hope that this will be something that you will consider as a pilot investment partner for your solution in food systems and food security. That's my email, our website, and if you, we're not, so right now where we are in this stage is we are working with partners to refer us companies for investment. If you want, you can also apply, as I mentioned, for direct investment, for direct entry into the Net Zero Lab, and our team will then reach out to you for the next steps. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Melissa. I do have a question.
Yes.
Given the various different partners you currently have, where would you see the Net Zero Labs in, say, 5 to 10 years?
So I think in 5 to 10 years, so it's basically how we will structure this is as an open innovation lab, but how we are investing in is the same as a typical fund investment. So what we will do is we will work with the companies. I think we are looking to invest probably at full rate, maybe about 5 companies a year. So we hope to have a portfolio of about 20-25 companies in the next 5 years that we can then grow further. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's open some questions to the floor. Any questions? Yes, we have one there.
Yes, I can hear you, but maybe a mic will make it easier.
All right. Thank you so much. So I think a very, very clear presentation by you. Thank you so much for very informative knowledge sharing. First thing first, if works or if the funding requires some patents applications, what do you do from your side?
So meaning to use the fund for patent applications, or what do you mean?
In order to protect the products or the innovative solution, so actually some of my partners are thinking or considering for patent application. So what from your...
Yeah, I think, of course, a lot of innovations and solutions are based on, IP, right? So what I would say is for your side to evaluate what innovation that you have and what would be the best way to protect it. So we work a lot with university technology transfer officers, and even in Malaysia we also have the university-based research, and they often will advise or tell the pathway for them to protect the IP for their research. If you're not coming out from a university-based research but you have an innovative technology, then the best method, I think, is really to balance what you want to protect and how you want to protect it, right? So I think most startups, especially in deep tech or with technology, will have some patents or will have some IP that is unique to them, which is their unique selling point that they can protect. So yes, definitely protect your IP. I think that's very important. How you're going to go about it, whether you file for certain things, will depend on the nature of that IP that you have. So I would say best to seek legal advice, protect it. And there are also other models, right? So for example, if you have developed an innovative technology, so this happens in the university very often, but you may not necessarily want to be the one running a company. There are ways that this IP can then be protected, patented, and licensed to another company to then commercialize it, right? So we have seen some university or people that come up with IP that they constantly come up with technology, they make money from the licensing fees of the technology, and a third party or startup that Sunway sometimes invests in uses the licensing to then create commercializable business out of it, right? So there are many ways. I think IP is important, and then how you commercialize it, how you use it will depend very much on yourself and your partners to think of the next steps, right? Making it valuable or monetizing it. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right, we have another question over there.
Hello, yeah, so thank you, Melissa, for your really detailed introduction. So I have a question regarding the companies you were looking to. I guess like the companies you would be mainly looking to would be the companies in Malaysia. I wonder if you will also look at like global companies outside Malaysia, and if you do, what are the criteria when you evaluate global companies outside Malaysia? Thank you.
Yes, thanks for the question. Actually, it's a very relevant one. We are looking for global companies, and our main sort of decision-making when it comes to the companies that are not from Malaysia will be in whether they have a presence or they can work with the Sunway business units. So while Sunway does have a presence in other countries, a lot of our townships are, there are a lot of our businesses are based and operating in Malaysia. And so what we look at is whether we can work with them in Malaysia. So if the company is able to set up operations here. So, for example, some of the companies that we have worked with, which is quite international, will be they are from one country. Maybe they have a holdings company in Singapore, and then they are working with one of our business units in Ipoh. But those will be one of the ways that we can then set up either an investment, so we can invest in their maybe the holdings company in Singapore, or we can invest in, say, setting up a joint venture with them in Malaysia to scale their Malaysia operations. So to answer that, we are actually looking global companies, and we are quite flexible in the way that we work with them. But the main criteria for it would be to see the synergies between how they can work with one of Sunway's operations and how Sunway can use that technology in one of their townships, in one of their businesses as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
All right, we have another question on the right over there.
Hello. I come in late, so sorry. But I try to go through your website. So I have two questions for you. So the first thing is about us. What we are doing now is a microalgae, and then our focus point is on ESG thing. So we want to know that is anything can related to net zero. This is the first question. The second question is about the net zero lab. Do you have any plan for the carbon crediting preparation stage for market? Because the awareness is quite low. And the second thing is you're still involved with carbon accounting, carbon auditing thing. So do you have any idea on this thing? Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the question. Let me address the one on microalgae first. I think that's a very simple answer. Please reach out to my team in the audience. Brandon, Shin Hong, they're just right there. It sounds really interesting, especially because that is actually one of the reasons that we are here, right? We would really love to connect with companies such as yours that we can potentially work with and see, learn more about. So yes, big yes. Please contact us. And the second one about carbon markets and carbon accounting. I think in Malaysia, I know Bursa has set up the voluntary carbon market, the auctions and so on. I think the awareness is still not very high. But what we hope to do, Sunway Group itself has actually pledged to be a net zero carbon company by the year 2050. So one of the things that we realize as a group is that because Sunway is in so many diversified businesses, right? So it's not that it's just one business model. That means the kind of solutions that we need to achieve that net zero carbon is actually a lot of different types of solutions. So we can't just, like for example, maybe a plantation or a medical center or a hotel would require very different solutions to be, net zero carbon. So that is why I think the role of us and the Net Zero Lab is really to look out for all these varied and diverse solutions to see how the different business units of Sunway can then adopt them to be a net zero carbon company by 2050, right? So we actually have a roadmap. How we're going to get there. But it's a very ambitious roadmap because, of course, Sunway all continues to increase their, operations and business, but at the same time decreasing carbon emissions. So there's a lot of innovation that we need to look out for to see how we can, achieve the ambitious goal. Yeah. Thanks for your question.
I think I need to mention one thing is we go through the Sunway Group ESG report. I think you deserve a very big like because the ESG report by Sunway Group is I think it's the best I ever see in Malaysia. So it's quite good. So I think one more thing I just want to know from Net Zero Lab. Do you have any plan to create the awareness? Because now carbon crediting is for the industry player. Do you have any ambition on the individual carbon crediting? This is the thing that we always ask some people who do the carbon crediting, because we are still looking on this one, because we believe that if only stop at the industry player stage, no one care, because when the consumer change, I think the industry player will look at it seriously, because now everyone is because of government policy, they want to change something. But if consumer change, maybe the industry player will look it seriously. This is maybe, I don't know, this is my own perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I really hope that we can connect after this. So I will pass on your feedback to our sustainability team about our ESG report. So, Heiko, remember Jacqueline and Claudia, tell them the praise. So thank you very much. On the individual carbon credits, carbon accounting side, I think it's so interesting because just this afternoon I was walking with my colleagues and we were carpooling and things like that, and we were talking like, wouldn't it be nice if we could like take out our phones and say, oh, this is your carbon footprint today, right? And we compare. So if I walk to work and my colleague drove to work, my score will be less, right? And then there will be a leaderboard. No, I mean, I think that there are lots of opportunities on a government, corporation, industry, and individual level to create change. And this is why I think there is no one single solution, but there is opportunities for so many innovators out there to come up with these kind of solutions that will encourage us to, and to make the world like, at least, we are all still here and the temperatures are not so hot and we are not like, in how many feet of water in the next 10, 20 years, right? Yeah. So I think we are very committed to creating sustainable, livable cities. And I think these are the ways that we want to do it, by creating and working with entrepreneurs, investing in them, and also helping them to design and develop their solutions. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Any further questions?
No.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Also, a huge thanks to the SC for allowing us to share this with you. We hope that, the message doesn't just stop here with every one of you who stayed in the room, but that you can look out for opportunities to work with us. My team are here and I'll be here for a while. So if there are any startups, innovations that you can refer us to, if you're a fund and some of your portfolio is in the impact, ESG, and sustainability space, please reach out to me and my team. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Melissa, for that wonderful presentation. Now, before we close, it's been a pleasure being with all of you today. Thank you all for your patience. It's been an honor to be among such accomplished individuals and to be able to gain insights from different perspectives within the industry. Now that we are coming to a close, I wish you all a very good evening and have a blessed week ahead. Thank you.